Chapter 1260. Lin Xiao walked over and sat on the sofa next to her. She went back 7 years, and she even brought back pure catnip. Wu Qingyue, Tung Tung, and Wu Yueling all stared at her with wide eyes. What do you mean? Wu Qingyue looked at her blankly, not understanding what she meant. Little Tung Tung and Wu Yueling were even more at a loss. Little Tung Tung thought that it was impossible, but Wu Yueling didn't quite understand what it meant to go back to 7 years ago. Wu Qingyue did understand what she meant, but that wasn't possible, right? So he looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said to him, I don't know about her either, but Lin Feng said that she could only bring back a large amount of pure catnip 7 years ago. She has already sent a portion of the grass to High City. That's why I asked you to send someone to speed up the process and bring a few samples over for me to test. Wu Qingyue's willpower was still very strong. He quickly regained his composure, but his eyes were still flickering as he looked at Lin Xiao. So you're saying that she's gone back to the past? He looked at her doubtfully. Lin Xiao believed that he wouldn't tell anyone about this, so she told him directly. Seeing that he still didn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it, he laughed and said, What? You don't believe me? That's true. This kind of thing is really hard to believe. But catnip, just send someone back and you'll get the news immediately. Wu Qingyue looked at her for a long time before he nodded. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I can't accept it. But with a precedent like you, your sister's situation might be true. Lin Xiao was stunned when she heard that. Then she suddenly thought, oh right, she was reborn in someone else's body? Although he didn't know what her reason was, since Lin Wenwen had the ability to predict the future, it wasn't impossible for him to travel back. She had actually forgotten about her own situation for a moment. It seemed that she had already gotten used to Lu Tianyu's body. Little Tung Tung looked at Lin Xiao with a look of sudden realization. He opened his mouth slightly and said, Oh, so, did Little Ant go back to the past? So powerful? No wonder I felt that nothing would happen to her. She just crossed over, but she could actually bring something back from there. It turns out that her space can be used over there. This skill was great. To be able to bring something from 7 years ago into the future, that was amazing. It's hard to imagine that she was in such a situation. It seemed that not only could she use her space, but she could also use her foresight ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought catnip back. Lin Xiao said, Oh, I see. I'll ask Li Cheng to send someone to inform the base later. Wu Qingyue nodded. Just as Lin Xiao reached the catnip, she suddenly thought of something. She squinted her eyes to sense the outside and found that Duan Wan had not left. He immediately stood up and disappeared in front of Wu Qingyue, his father and daughter. Wu Qingyue and little Tung Tung were confused by her actions. They didn't know why she suddenly went out without saying a word. After Lin Xiao came out, he immediately asked Duan Wan, Duan Wan, did Lin Feng send the things over? Seeing her come out, Duan Wan smiled and stood up. He nodded to her and said, That's right. With that said, she raised her hand and handed her a bag of catnip that was simply wrapped in a shopping bag. In fact, she had been carrying it when she came in, but Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue didn't notice. As expected, Lin Xiao happily took it and then disappeared in front of Duan Wan. After Duan Wan gave the things to her, she turned around and left Lin Xiao's house. Wu Qingyue and little Tung Tung happened to see Lin Xiao suddenly disappear, but she came back after a while. She was also carrying a bag in her hand. They didn't know what was in the bag. What is it? Seeing Lin Xiao come back, Wu Qingyue noticed the bag in her hand. The thing to save Yuan Tianxing. Lin Xiao said as she put down the bag, then opened it and took out the catnip inside. Then, she found a bowl and poured some water into it. She directly crushed the catnip in her hand into the bowl, stirred it a few times, and put it on the table. Then, she turned around and walked out of the living room. What is she going to do? Wu Qingyue looked at the bowl that Lin Xiao put on the table, then looked at her back. What else can she do? Didn't Mommy just say that this is the thing to save Uncle Yuan? Now, of course, she's going to get Uncle Yuan out of the lake. Little Tung Tung said as he rolled his eyes at his father. Wu Qingyue then remembered that Lin Xiao had put Yuan Tianxing in her own spatial lake to suppress him. Tianny, Help me prepare a bathrobe or a big bath towel. After Lin Xiao came out, she suddenly said to Lu Qianni, who happened to pass by. After arriving at the lake, she waved her black fog, took off her clothes, and jumped into the water. Lu Qianni stopped and looked at Lin Xiao's figure in the lake. He could only helplessly turn around and go into the building to prepare a bathrobe for her. After a while, Lin Xiao brought Yuan Tianxing out of the black fog and threw the naked Yuan Tianxing out of the black fog to Lu Qianni, who was already waiting by the lake. Lu Qianni calmly took the bathrobe and rolled Yuan Tianxing up. Then she carried him in a princess carry and walked towards the small building. After Lin Xiao came in with her clothes on, she saw that Yuan Tianxing was already lying on the long sofa. Lu Tianni stood by the side with little Tungting in his arms. Wu Qingyue crossed his arms and stared at Yuan Tianxing silently. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling was glued to his leg, staring fearfully at Yuan Tianxing, whose entire body had turned purple. After all, Yuan Tianxing's current appearance was indeed a little scary. Wu Qingyue looked at Yuan Tianxing and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He looked at Lin Xiao with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, you lecherous person, when will you stop taking off your clothes? Or when will you be able to use the energy in the lake on the shore? It's not good to always take off like this, isn't it? Lin Xiao calmly glanced at him. Still not used to it? I don't mind. Why would you mind? Of course I mind, okay? The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared as he looked at her expressionlessly. How could he not mind? Although he knew about her condition before, he could still persuade himself not to mind it too much until he saw it. However, when he saw her bring the naked Yuan Tianxing out of the water, he thought about how Lin Xiao was also naked. Although he knew that this was just an objective reason, he still minded it a lot. Besides, with her strange treatment method, it was normal for him to mind other people touching her body. He thought about how the body of the woman he liked was seen and even touched by others. He felt uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 1261. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly and picked up the bowl of medicine that she had just crushed the catnip to make. After the catnip was crushed by Lin Xiao, a lot of juice was dissolved in the water, so this half a bowl of water already contained a large amount of pure catnip juice. She brought the bowl to Yuan Tianxing and began to pour the medicine into Yuan Tianxing seriously while answering Wu Qingyue's question. What can I do about it? It's an unavoidable factor. As soon as you enter the water, the clothes on your body will automatically disintegrate and disappear. There's nothing I can do to stop it. She slowly poured the dregs of the medicine into Yuan Tianxing's mouth. After that, Lin Xiao began to stare at the changes in Yuan Tianxing's body with narrowed eyes. Wu Qingyue was speechless when he heard her words and could only shut his mouth and look at her gloomily. Lu Qianni and the two children's gazes were on Yuan Tianxing's body like Lin Xiao, especially little Tung's two bright eyes, which were staring thoughtfully at Yuan Tianxing's chest. At this time, Yuan Tianxing was suppressed by the energy in the lake by Lin Xiao, but the purple color on his body was strangely emitting a faint green light. It was a very faint layer of green halo, but now this green halo was slowly being diluted by the purple destructive energy. Lin Xiao knew that this was because he stayed at the bottom of the lake for a long time, and a small part of the lake's energy was left in his body. Now that he left the lake, without the suppression of the entire lake's energy, the destructive energy in his body immediately began to counterattack, causing the green energy to gradually fade. Now that Lin Xiao had poured the catnip into his mouth, another rich green energy began to emerge from his stomach, and then it began to compete with the purple energy around him. This energy was hundreds of times richer than the catnip juice that Lin Xiao got from Lung Xiantong last time. After competing with the purple energy in his body, there was immediately an obvious effect. Hey, it works! Lin Xiao's face revealed a joyful expression, and his eyes lit up slightly. Little Tung also nodded at this time. Yes, it works. Lin Xiao heard him and turned to look at him, then asked him with some doubt, Hey, little Tung, you can see it too? Little Tung shook his head at her. I can't see it, but I can smell it. My nose is very powerful. Furthermore, by smelling the changes in the aura, I can tell how strong it is. Lin Xiao, Wu Chengyue, and even Lu Tianyi looked at him in amazement, as if they were looking at a treasure. Little Tung Tung, you have this skill? You're amazing. Lu Tianyi pinched his soft little face. Lin Xiao lowered his head and continued to observe Yuan Tianxing's condition. The green energy in his body was slowly expanding, and this time, the green energy and the purple energy were devouring each other. Both sides consumed and decreased at the same time. Little Tung slapped away Lu Tianyi's hand that was messing with his face, then patted him on the shoulder and pointed at Yuan Tianxing. Little uncle, carry me over to touch Uncle Yuan. What? Lu Tianyi asked him curiously. Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue also looked at little Tung face. Don't ask first. Hurry up and carry me over. Tung ignored him and patted his shoulder again. Lu Tianyi could only suppress his curiosity and carry him over to see what he was going to do. After being carried to Yuan Tianxing's side by Lu Tianyi, little Tung stretched out his hand and placed it on the skin of Yuan Tianxing's arm. After feeling it for a while, he retracted his hand and crossed his hands in front of his chest. I don't think this bowl is enough, but we can't continue feeding him the medicine now. We can only wait until the effect of the medicine wears off before feeding him again. Looks like we'll have to feed him the pure catnip medicine a few more times. Lin Xiao looked at the energy situation in Yuan Tianxing's body for a while and estimated the consumption of the medicine. Based on the current speed, it would only be able to offset a quarter of the purple energy in Yuan Tianxing's body by the time it was used up. So, little Tung was right. They would have to feed him the catnip medicine a few more times. It's okay as long as it works. It doesn't matter how many times. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at little Tung. After knowing that Yuan Tianxing's situation could be saved, Lin Xiao finally felt relieved. Wu Chengyue looked at her expression and knew that she not only had to worry about Lin Wenwen's situation, but she also had to worry about Yuan Tianxing's injury. On one hand, she had to pay attention to the overall situation outside the base, and, on the other hand, she had to deal with Xikong Chen's schemes. However, seeing that she was so concerned about another man, Wu Chengyue felt more and more depressed in his heart. Why had he never seen her care for him so much? Okay, Tianyi, take Yuan Tianxing to the building next door and find a room for him to lie in. After confirming Yuan Tianxing's condition, Lin Xiao immediately threw him to Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi placed Tung in her arms and carried Yuan Tianxing in a princess carry. After walking out of the living room, he walked towards the building next door. Lin Xiao looked at the remaining catnip in the bag with little Tung in her arms and revealed a slightly thoughtful expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Wu Chengyue couldn't help but ask her. I'm thinking that this catnip might not be enough. I have to go out and ask Duan want to get some more. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and put little Tung next to her. Who are you going to bring down with you? Wu Chengyue sat on the single-seater sofa next to her, reached out and pulled little Tung to his legs and patted her hair. I'll bring the people who came with me this time. The strong ones can come with me to make up the numbers, and the weak ones can just stay in the space, Lin Xiao said after some thought. Although it was dangerous underground, the people she brought were all level 5 or 6. Moreover, the humans here were all very weak, and there were even level 3 or 4 abilities. Therefore, the weak ones could only be stored in the space first, and the strong ones could go down with them. There's one problem that I feel is a bit strange. People usually don't bring people in if they have the space. Don't normal people like to hide things? Moreover, there are so many secrets in this space. Aren't you afraid of exposing something? Wu Chengyue suddenly wanted to know what she was thinking. Although he could understand why she was confident that she wouldn't make a mistake, but what if she did? Lin Xiao shrugged and said, why do I have to hide things? If this space is used as a storage space, I'm more willing to use it as a weapon. Moreover, in this space, I can control everyone's life and death, and I can know everyone's thoughts. Those who covet my space are already dead. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, Although there are very few spatial abilities, they aren't rare, right? What's there to hide? Moreover, I originally planned to build a zombie army in this space. Wherever I go, I could bring a zombie army with me. Isn't that a very confident thing? Chapter 1262. Lin Xiao understood what Wu Chengyue was trying to say. Normally, some people would be too cautious and not let others know that they had a space ability. After all, as long as there was a space, other people would start to covet the things inside, no matter how many things there were inside. But for others, it was a tempting trigger to commit a crime. But Lin Xiao didn't think so at all. She just wanted to make better use of this space. Since she was going to use it as a weapon, a storage cabinet, or a cultivation base, she couldn't hide it forever. It was better to make good use of it. Besides, even if the people who entered her space were stronger than her, she could still kill them. What was there for her to worry about? This space was completely under her control. If someone wanted to get the things in her space, she would be able to feel it when the other party understood the value of her space. Her ability to sense people's hearts wasn't just sitting around and not using it. So, although she wasn't worried about Wu Qingyue's thoughts, she was still on guard. Even though she was much stronger now, not everyone could enter her space. And the people she brought into the space before were also people she looked at. Anyway, if they weren't people she wanted to kill, then they would be people she saved. Your idea is very strange, but you're the only one who dares to think like this. After all, your space is very special. If others knew that you could grow things in your space, they would probably want to control you, Wu Chengyue said after some thought. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly. What does it matter? I brought people in because I looked at the people, okay? I'm not stupid enough to let just anyone in. There were probably 3 types of people she let in. One was to be killed, one was to be completely trusted, and the last was to be used by her. Wu Qingyue thought about it, and felt that his question was a bit redundant. At this time, Lin Xiao stood up and looked at him. Okay, is it about time for you to go out? Wu Qingyue looked at the time and nodded. Yes. Then he said to the 2 children, you 2 stay here and don't cause trouble for others. The 2 children nodded in unison. Okay. Little Tung tilted his head. We've always been good. Yes. You 2 have always been the best. Okay. Your uncle will be here in a moment. We'll go out first. We still have something to do. Lin Xiao picked up Ting and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she put it back on the sofa and stood up. Wu Qingyue also stood up and walked to the open space outside the coffee table, waiting for Lin Xiao to come over and take him out. After Lin Xiao brought him out, the 2 of them immediately split up to deal with their own matters. Wu Chengyue asked Xiao Liqing to send someone back to hasten the production of the new weapons, while Lin Xiao secretly released Xiedong and asked him to go back and bring more catnip. Then, when the time came, he went underground to explore. With the catnip that Lin Wenwen brought back and the weapons made by Sea City, they didn't have to worry too much about dealing with the underground creatures. And it didn't take long for Meng Yu to bring news to the person Lin Wenwen asked Xiao Yunlong to send someone to find in Sea City. These people are the important managers of Sea City's top corpse hunting group. Do you know them? Meng Yu said to Lin Wenwen after giving her the information of these people. Lin Wenwen looked at their corpse hunting group, which had about 1,000 people. It was a 5-star corpse hunting group in Sea City. In particular, the people that Lin Xiao asked her to investigate. Although they didn't have any positions in the base, each of them had a very high contribution value. As high as tens of thousands of points, it was difficult for others to accumulate. They have always been unwilling to officially join the official staff of Sea City Base, and even more unwilling to join the army. I feel like they are waiting for someone. Meng Yu said to her with some confusion and uncertainty. Waiting for someone? Waiting for who? Lin Wenwen looked at her with some confusion. When she came back, the end of the world had just arrived, and Dong Xin and the others were already very well prepared. After the base in Sea City was established, they could quickly enter the core. Lin Wenwen curiously looked at the information that Meng Yu gave her and asked, if I remember correctly, they should be the first batch to join Sea City Base. After these 7 years, they should be able to live a good life in Sea City. Meng Yu sat on the chair and smiled. They are indeed living very well now, but they are unwilling to join our base. Especially this Dong Xin. This little girl is very mysterious. On the surface, the leaders of the corpse hunting group are these three men, but they seem to attach great importance to Dong Xin's opinion. As long as she is opposed to something, they will not do it. Even if there is a great temptation, they will not. When Lin Wenwen heard her mention Dong Xin's name, he just smiled. At this time, Meng Yu revealed a puzzled expression and said, "If I didn't pay attention, I wouldn't know." This time, I also found some strange things about them. They seem to have lived too smoothly for the past 7 years. Everyone who had experienced these 7 years of the end of the world, there was no one who didn't experience hardships to survive. Even those with great power and status, before the establishment of the base, were in a difficult situation. Lin Wenwen said, "Maybe they have some special skills. Maybe they have some strange people with special powers following them." This Dong Xin and Dong Lijia were children of a very rich family before the end of the world. Maybe their family knows someone with special skills. Of course, she would not tell Meng Yu that Dong Xin had experienced 7 years of rebirth, so she found a reason to divert her attention. "That's true, but why do you suddenly want to find these people? What's the matter?" Meng Yu was just asking out of curiosity. That was because Lin Wenwen must have had something to discuss with these people. Lin Wenwen nodded. "Yes, there's something." Meng Yu stood up. "Well, since you have something to find them, I won't continue to disturb you. Thank you for helping me find information about them." Lin Wenwen also smiled and sent her out of the door, thanking her. After sending Meng Yu off, Lin Wenwen immediately went to the address given by Meng Yu. After arriving at a high-class residential area in Area A, he showed the pass given by Meng Yu. Lin Wenwen took Jiang Anan, Qin Yu, and the others directly to the location of Dong Xin's house. There were people guarding outside the door of Dong Xin's house. After seeing Lin Wenwen and the others appear, they politely stopped her. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "I am looking for Dong Xin." Chapter 1263. The two men guarding the corridor sized up Lin Wenwen and then glanced at Jiang Anan and Qin Yu behind her. Then they looked back at Lin Wenwen and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Xin?" Lin Wenwen saw the alertness in their eyes and the intimate way he addressed Dong Xin. She continued to say to him with a smile, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to tell her that a person named Xiaowen can come to her. A person called Xiao Wen can come and find her. I believe she will be very willing to see me." Hearing her words, the two men turned their heads and looked at each other. Then they turned their heads and looked at Lin Wenwen doubtfully for 3 seconds. Then one of them nodded and said, "Wait a minute." After that, he turned around and walked inside. He stopped in front of a closed door and knocked. Soon the door was opened. Lin Wenwen could hear the conversation between him and the person in the room. "A woman named Xiaowen wants to see Xin," the man said to the person in the room. "Xiaowen? Ah, where is she?" A young man's voice came from the room. At first, he said Xiaowen in confusion. Then he suddenly asked in surprise and eagerness. The man who went to report took a step back and pointed to Lin Wenwen. "She's at the top of the stairs." Then Lin Wenwen saw a head poking out from the door. She looked at it and recognized it. That head was sticking out. Compared with the handsome face of 7 years ago, it was unbearable to look at it directly. His sunny and handsome face looked as if he had been suntanned in Africa for several years. Now it was as dark as a piece of carbon. With a moon on his forehead, he might be the reincarnation of Justice Bao. But fortunately, his eyes were full of spirit and his facial features were perfect. If one were to ignore the fact that his skin was 80% darker, he was still a handsome guy. He stared at Lin Wenwen curiously with his bright eyes and asked the man outside the door, "Hey, which one of the 3 women is?" The man outside the door put down his hand and said, "The one in front." Then Luo Yunjuan's eyes stopped moving from Lin Wenwen, Jiang Anan, and Qin Yu to Lin Wenwen's face. "Puffed. Second young master Luo, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've turned into an African. Isn't this black and yellow race changing a little too fast?" Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Wenwen couldn't help but laugh and said first. Luo Yunjuan's face stiffened at the teasing in her words. Then his face darkened. His expression darkened, and the color of his face darkened. It was even darker now. Luo Yuanjun had been very excited, but he was struck down by her as soon as they met. After feeling depressed for 2 seconds, he immediately said unhappily, "What do you mean by a few days? It's been 7 years, okay? When do you think you met us?" Fortunately, he understood the meaning behind Lin Wenwen's words and knew what she was talking about. Her tone was like a secret signal, which made Luo Yuanjun sure that she was the person who had appeared in Dong Xinxin's body 7 years ago. However, apart from him and Lin Wenwen, no one else understood what he was saying. After Luo Yuanjun finished speaking, he suddenly stared at Lin Wenwen's face in confusion. Wait a minute. I seem to have seen your face somewhere before. She's Lin Wenwen from the Universal Base. She used to be the sister of the leader of the Pluto base. At this moment, a calm and steady male voice rang out behind him. Lin Wenwen also recognized the voice, but she still felt that it seemed to be a little more mature. A tall man with a stern face appeared behind Luo Yuanjun, and a pair of calm eyes looked straight at Lin Wenwen. His temperament was even colder than before, and the expression on his face was like the Antarctic glacier. His gaze seemed calm, but it was actually very sharp. Lin Wenwen couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure rising in her heart when she was stared at by him. But this man's gaze didn't cause her much psychological pressure. She directly ignored it. She calmly spread out a hand and asked, "So what? Can you invite me in to sit?" Deng Xinfei's cold gaze swept over the subordinate standing in front of Lin Wenwen, and the subordinate immediately took a step to the side, making way for Lin Wenwen and the others. "You guys wait for me here first." Lin Wenwen turned back to look at Sun Lunan and the others, then walked over with Jiang Anan and Xinyu. Sun Lunan and Do Yunfan led the others to look at Deng Xinfei's people. Then each found a corner and waited. After Deng Xinfei glanced at the subordinate beside Lin Wenwen, he immediately turned around and went into the house. Luo Yuanjun made a gesture to the person who had come to deliver the message and asked him to return to his original position. He then stood by the door and began to size up Lin Wenwen. "So it's you. But you've changed a lot since you were in the Pluto base. I was wondering why you looked familiar, but I couldn't remember who you were," Luo Yuanjun said after sizing up Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen and the others walked in front of him, looked at him, and didn't say a word. They directly turned into the door and looked at the people in the hall. Other than Deng Xinfei, there were also a pair of siblings, one tall and one short. Both of them had a kind of fresh curiosity mixed with a complicated expression of, "So it's her." Dong Xinxin looked the same as before Lin Wenwen left. Nothing had changed. Apart from the fact that his aura was much more reserved, he didn't grow much taller. And he had cut his hair short, just like Lin Wenwen. Dong Lijia's face became more chiseled, and he was a few times more mature than when he was 20 years old. His temperament also changed a little. His originally gentle and handsome face now had a fake smile on it, and his eyes were squinting. Lin Wenwen looked at him speechlessly. "Dong Lijia, do you dare to squint your eyes? You have a pair of big eyes. Why are you smiling like a fool?" Dong Lijia. Dong Xinxin didn't give him any face and burst out laughing. Luo Yuanjun laughed out loud. "Ha, right? I've said that I'm not the only one who thinks that your smile is stupid." Dong Lijia, who was stabbed a second time, "Can't you show some love? We haven't seen each other for 7 years, and now you want to stab me as soon as you see me. What do you mean?" Dong Lijia's cunning face finally disappeared, and he looked at Lin Wenwen gloomily. Lin Wenwen didn't let Jiang Anan and Qin Yu in, and they stood guard at the door. After Lin Wenwen came in, Luo Yuanjun closed the door behind him, so the two girls at the door didn't hear their conversation. "She's deeply in love with me. Luckily, I'm not familiar with her, so she only stabbed me once outside." Luo Yuanjun looked at the scene in front of him with inexplicable joy. After all, Lin Wenwen had only said that he had become an African. Chapter 1264. Dong Xinxin stared at Lin Wenwen's face for a few seconds before sighing. So you're actually quite pretty. But why didn't you tell us your full name? That way, they could have helped her after the apocalypse and wouldn't have let her sister, who was the leader, be unprepared and lose the entire base in her life. With her reminder, the other three immediately stared at Lin Wenwen's face a few more times. This was because they were thinking about who Little One was, and after seeing her, they realized that she looked somewhat familiar. Their first impression was of her identity, and they didn't pay much attention to how pretty Lin Wenwen was. Now that Dong Xinxin mentioned it, the three of them finally noticed. Although they had seen pictures of her before, they didn't expect her to be even prettier in real life. It was just that her temperament had changed a lot, and it wasn't like the Lin Wenwen they knew. She was very similar to the Little One they knew 7 years ago. Lin Wenwen also looked at Dong Xinxin's body, and then nodded, not bad. At least the size that I helped you didn't change back. After saying that, she consciously walked to an empty spot on the sofa and sat down, before answering Dong Xinxin's question. I know what you want to say. You want to say that if you knew my identity, you might have been able to help me, or should I say my sister, for these 7 years. But when I was in your body, I didn't want to change the current situation. If you had gone to help me before I met you, then my family and I would not have ended up the same way they did before. Even though my sister wouldn't die like this, there probably wouldn't be a base like this. Although my sister wouldn't die, it was her death that made me who I am now. More importantly, her sister had come back to life. Not only did she rebuild a base, her strength was also several times stronger than before. Compared to a year ago when she was still alive, her sister's strength had increased by at least 3 times. Moreover, she was now a zombie emperor and had an immortal body. If Dong Xinxin and the rest had changed her own experience, then her sister wouldn't have the strength she had now. Moreover, there was the second outbreak of the virus, and her mother had become a zombie. If her sister hadn't become a zombie, there wouldn't have been that space, there wouldn't have been that lake. Then their mother could only helplessly turn into a zombie in front of them, and then be killed. Although her sister was living under another identity, she didn't abandon her family. That was enough. There was no need to make any special changes. Dong Xinxin looked at her and saw that she didn't look sad because she lost her big sister. Unable to understand her thoughts, he looked at Lin Wenwen with confusion in his eyes. But, you lost your elder sister. Don't you regret it? When Lin Wenwen heard her question, he knew that he was genuinely concerned about her. However, she couldn't reveal Lin Qiao's current situation. She could only say ambiguously, there are some things that can't be changed in advance. It's what you want. Maybe it will be worse. If Lin Qiao hadn't been reborn as Lu Tianyu, she would have definitely done something 7 years ago. But her sister was still alive, and she was living a better life than before. She didn't need to do anything to change the current situation. Dong Xinxin and the others looked at each other in confusion. They didn't understand what Lin Wenwen meant. However, seeing that she didn't seem to regret it at all, they could only stop asking her. However, Lin Wenwen's current appearance was indeed changed after the death of the leader of Hades. She was no longer the arrogant young lady she used to be. She became more like a doomsday person. Even if she cut off her long hair, she was still beautiful. Dong Xinxin sat next to her and looked at her, saying, on the day of the doomsday, I woke up and found that you had disappeared. My small space also disappeared. After I couldn't feel your aura at all, I guess that you might have come back directly. So we've been waiting for the past 7 years. I felt that if you came back, you would definitely come to us. Lin Wenwen nodded in understanding. No wonder you didn't plan to join High City. It turns out that you were really waiting for me. But isn't High City good? Why don't you just live here? This was something she couldn't understand. Dong Xinxin had already prepared everything at that time. The resources they had collected could last them for many years, even if they built a small base of their own. If they handed over some of these materials to High City, their status in High City would be different. Why did they wait for her? Besides, she didn't reveal much about herself at that time, but they still decided to wait 7 years before making a decision. Why was that? Dong Xinxin's expression became a little strange. She looked at Dong Lijia, who had regained his smile. Then she looked at Lin Wenwen and said, actually, I feel that it should have something to do with you. At that time, I indeed planned to bring everyone to stay in High City. But when I was preparing to join, I suddenly had a feeling that this wasn't the most ideal place to live in. After having this premonition, I thought about it for a few days before deciding to give up on High City. Then, I waited for you to appear before making a decision. Lin Wenwen looked at her with some surprise. No way. You also awakened a foresight ability? Right. Your current ability should still be controlling time and space, right? It seemed that Dong Xin had also awakened a foresight ability. But why did she feel that she had to wait for him to appear before making a decision? Could it be that something was going to happen in High City? Dong Xin shook her head. It's not a foresight ability. It's just a very sensitive intuition. It's like an animal's intuition for danger. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, I don't have this feeling for other things. Lin Wenwen roughly understood what she meant and nodded. Then she turned her head to look at the other three people. She couldn't help but look back at Dong Xin and ask, "Forget about Deng Chenfei. He didn't change much. But what's the matter with your brother and Luo Yuanjun? No matter how strong the sun is in the apocalypse, it's impossible to make him look like Mr. Bao, right?" Seeing her confused expression, Dong Xin's delicate face smiled, revealing two small dimples. He said, "Oh, maybe it has something to do with his ability. Can you guess what ability he awakened?" Lin Wenwen looked at Luo Yuanjun blankly and asked, "It's the first time I've heard of an ability that can change a person's skin color. I thought he deliberately tanned himself like that. I'm not stupid. Why would I tan myself like Mr. Bao?" Hearing that Lin Wenwen thought that he had tanned himself, Luo Yuanjun immediately protested with dissatisfaction. Lin Wenwen looked at him and said bluntly, "It's very likely. Maybe there was something wrong with your brain when the apocalypse came." Then she shrugged and looked at Luo Yuanjun. "Luo Yuanjun, there's no way to talk." Chapter 1265. Because his special ability is of the fire element. But his special ability is different from normal fire abilities. His special ability can absorb the energy of the sun. The temperature of his special ability is thousands of times higher than normal flames, Dong Lijia explained. The special ability of fire can make his skin so dark. Lin Wenwen looked at Luo Yuanjun with curiosity. Even when he doesn't use his special ability, his body will absorb the energy of the sun after it has been transformed by the special ability. Even the skin under his clothes is dark, Dong Lijia said with a smile. Lin Wenwen looked at Luo Yuanjun for a while, and the novelty soon passed. Anyway, humans nowadays would awaken all kinds of special abilities, and it was normal for the body to have some changes. Then she turned to look at Dong Lijia and asked, "Is it because of your special ability that you can't even open your eyes?" "He's not. His personality has changed. Do you think he's still the fresh and tender young man from 7 years ago?" Dong Xin couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Wenwen's words and said. Lin Wenwen looked at Dong Lijia's clothes. Now in the room, apart from her, the tall and strong Deng Chenfei was also wearing camouflage clothes. Dong Lijia was wearing a white casual suit and a light brown slim-fit sweater under the jacket. He looked elegant and handsome, but his smile was like a fox's mask, and people couldn't understand his eyes and thoughts. He was quiet and elegant, but he still gave people a feeling that they couldn't get close to him. It could be said that he was dangerous now. Lin Wenwen stared at him, but she didn't see any scenes. She couldn't predict what would happen to him in the future. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to look at Deng Chenfei. She remembered that before she came back, she saw an image of Deng Chenfei and Lin Feng together, and her brother looked very anxious at that time. Thinking that it was about Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen focused her attention on her eyes. She looked at Deng Chenfei and narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, her vision blurred. An image quickly appeared. Deng Chenfei seemed to be walking in a huge factory. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the place he was at exploded into a sea of fire. Following that, a large group of ferocious and terrifying creatures emerged from the sea of fire and rushed towards Deng Chenfei. Deng Chenfei could only turn around and find a way to escape. Soon, he rushed out of that place. When he got outside, he was met with even more of those creatures. At this time, Lin Wenwen suddenly noticed that in another place not far from Deng Qinfei, there were several people surrounded by a large group of ferocious-looking monsters. However, those monsters seemed to be blocked by something and did not touch those people. And among those people, there was one that she was very familiar with. That was her sister-in-law, Cheng Wangxue. At that time, she couldn't move freely because her hands were tied behind her back. The people around her were all wearing masks, so it was impossible to tell who they were. The image suddenly disappeared at this point. Little one. Little one? Dong Lijia's voice suddenly rang in Lin Wenwen's ears as he jolted awake. Lin Wenwen subconsciously turned his head to look at him. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. She immediately turned to look at Deng Qinfei again. Everyone else looked at her in confusion, including Deng Qinfei, who was being stared at by her. But this time, after staring for more than 10 seconds, she still couldn't see anything. Dong Lijia finally couldn't help but look at Dong Xinxin and ask, "What is she looking at?" Dong Xinxin shook his head. Dong Lijia thought for a moment and suddenly said to Lin Wenwen with a strange smile, "Don't look at her anymore. She likes my sister." Dong Xinxin, Lin Wenwen, and Deng Qinfei instantly turned their heads and looked at him in silence. Dong Lijia looked at the three of them in confusion and said, "Hey, isn't that what you mean?" Lin Wenwen rolled up her sleeves and said to him with a smile, "You know that you will be beaten for talking nonsense, don't you? When did I fall in love with this guy?" Seeing her rolling up her sleeves, Dong Lijia immediately thought of the scene 7 years ago when he was tortured by her in the gym for 3 months. He silently turned his eyes to the ceiling. Lin Wenwen looked back at Dong Xinxin and Deng Qinfei, and then turned to look at Luo Yuanjun on the side. She couldn't help but ask, "Well, although I can see that you two are a little interested in Xinxin, it seems that you haven't done it yet." Since she came in, Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun had kept a normal distance from Dong Xinxin. There was no atmosphere of pink bubbles or public display of affection. "Ahem, why are you talking about me?" Dong Xinxin kicked Lin Wenwen's foot awkwardly. Ever since she shared a body with Lin Wenwen, she had gained some understanding of Lin Wenwen. After Dong Xinxin recognized the various changes in people after the Doomsday, he had an inexplicable dependence on Lin Wenwen. It was different from relying on Dong Lijia, because Lin Wenwen was the only girl who didn't dislike her because of her body shape. Moreover, he was very attentive in helping her lose weight. In the past 7 years, she didn't show up, and Dong Lijia and Deng Qinfei were the ones who did things for her. Only the core members of the corpse hunting group knew of Dong Xinxin's existence. In addition, the 3 men protected her very well. So many outsiders had never heard of her name. After Dong Xinxin kicked Lin Wenwen, he asked her, "Why are you staring at him? Is there anything wrong?" Lin Wenwen nodded to her, "Well, my superpower has just been upgraded to the 2nd level, so I can't see very clearly." Her sister-in-law was in the picture she saw just now, and the situation was very bad. It was no wonder that Lin Feng was so anxious when he saw him previously. Only Dong Xinxin understood her words, and the other 3 men didn't understand what they were talking about at all. "What picture? Can you see anything by staring at him?" Luo Yuanjun turned to look at Deng Qinfei curiously, and then looked at Lin Wenwen. "You can see something very important." After Lin Wenwen heard what he said, he turned his head and stared at Deng Qinfei seriously. Although Deng Qinfei's face was expressionless, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. However, it was very faint, and people who didn't know him wouldn't be able to see it. "But it seems that both of you have publicly pursued Xinxin, right?" At this time, Lin Wenwen suddenly looked at Deng Qinfei and then at Luo Yuanjun. If they hadn't publicly pursued her, Dong Lijia wouldn't have said that just now. After hearing this question, Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Xinxin awkwardly, and then looked back at Dong Lijia silently. Lin Wenwen finally knew why Dong Xinxin hadn't gotten married, even after 7 years. It turned out that someone's siscon hadn't changed. Dong Lijia smiled and said, "What are you looking at? My Xinxin is so petite, and so cute. Only a powerhouse above the 7th level can protect her. The two of you have been stuck at the 5th level, and you can't even reach the 6th level. So don't even think about it. Deng Fei, Luo Yuan Jun. Chapter 1266. Lin Wenwen looked at Dong Xin silently and said, "Can you still get married like this?" Dong Xin rolled his eyes and said, "I don't care about him." Lin Wenwen said with a smile, "You'll be too old if you wait for them to reach level 7. Dong Xin shrugged and said, "It's okay. My parents are not in a hurry anyway." Lin Wenwen then remembered to ask Mr. Dong and Mrs. Dong how they were doing. How are uncle and auntie? In any case, they were elders who had lived together for 3 months. Moreover, Dong Xuebing's parents were very good people. Dong Xin nodded. "They're fine, but neither of them has awakened their superpowers. I'll take you to see them later. They will be very happy to see you." Lin Wenwen nodded. "Okay. By the way, why did you come to us only now? Did you just come back from 7 years ago?" Luo Yuanjun pulled a chair and sat across the tea table. He looked at Lin Wenwen and asked her. Lin Wenwen said, "I suddenly fell into a coma half a month ago. When I woke up, I was in Xin's body. I just came back here a few days ago. Although I stayed for 3 months 7 years ago, only 20 days have passed here." As soon as she finished speaking, the others immediately showed a surprised expression. "I see. I've been investigating the woman who has been missing for 3 months recently. Although I found some, it doesn't match with you at all," Dong Lijia said while looking at her. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "I don't know what's going on, but it's good that you can come back. I just don't know if there will be another chance." If she could travel to another time and space on her own, there might be many ways to deal with the current situation. For example, the catnip she brought back. Although it couldn't completely solve the problem of those underground creatures, it was at least very useful to protect the base. When these things attacked humans, they wouldn't have been beaten to the point where they couldn't even fight back. Especially for those who were weak and had low superpowers, it was a very crucial life-saving straw. She was afraid that those things would drill a hole in the ground and drill into the base. That would be a bit troublesome. And even if she brought back clean seeds, she didn't dare to plant them in the ground. Therefore, he could only rely on weapons to deal with those things. On the other side, Lin Xiao was waiting in the Huaxia base for Duan Wan to send someone back to the base to pick up the second batch of catnip. On Wu Qingyue's side, he let Xiao Liqing rush back with the news to let Xiao Yunlong make the samples of the new bullets as soon as possible and then let him arrange people to bring them over. In the space, Lin Xiao was holding a second bowl of catnip soup, squinting at the condition of Yuan Tianqing's body. After 2 days and 2 nights, Yuan Tianqing's condition had improved a lot. The thick green energy in his body had almost disappeared, and a quarter of the purple energy had also disappeared. Lu Tianyi stood at the side with Tung Ting in his arms, and Wu Yueling stood beside his legs. Tung Tung was in Lu Tianyi's arms. He stretched his head out to look at Yuan Tianqing and said, "Mama, Uncle Yuan is doing very well. When he wakes up, tell him to marry Auntie Lin Xiao," who was about to pour the medicine into Yuan Tianqing's mouth, stopped and turned to look at him. "You know what your aunt is thinking?" Tung Tung replied. "Yes, I know a lot of things." Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "It's good that you know. Don't say it out loud." It didn't mean that he had to repay her with his body just because Wenwen helped him find the medicine to save him. It's not ancient times now. If he doesn't really like Wenwen, even if they force themselves to be together, they won't be happy. Then, she bent over and used one hand to pry open Yuan Tianqing's mouth and poured the medicine into his mouth. Wu Changyue went to Lin Xiao's room and saw that there was no one there. He knew that she had entered the space, so he sat on a chair in the living room and waited for her to come out. In the space, after Lin Xiao fed the medicine to Yuan Tianqing, she watched the two energies in his body devour each other. At this time, the color of Yuan Tianqing's hands and feet had returned to their normal color, but the color on his face did not fade. Lin Xiao took the empty bowls and led the others downstairs. When they arrived at his small building, after returning to her small building, she felt Wu Qingyue's breath appear in her room, so she flashed out of the space. "The test sample is here? So fast." Lin Xiao asked Wu Chengyue as soon as she came out. Wu Chengyue looked up at her and shook his head. No. Lin Xiao looked at him in confusion. Then why did you come to me when you didn't get it? Wu Chengyue's expression changed, and he looked at her with a bit of grievance. What do you mean? Do I have to come to you for something serious? I just want to see you, can't I? Lin Xiao looked at him with a puzzled face. Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Wu Chengyue suddenly looked at her speechlessly. He missed her, so he came to see her. Was it not okay? But if he said that, this female zombie would probably complain about him again. Just how much did she dislike him? Lin Xiao looked at his face. He obviously wanted to say something, but couldn't. Then, she walked around him with her arms crossed before saying uncertainly, Are you trying to say that you missed me so much that you came to see me? Is there something wrong? Wu Chengyue stared at her and nodded. Since she said it, he didn't have anything to deny. No. Lin Xiao was speechless after hearing his question. Wu Chengyue directly moved in front of her, smiled, and hugged her waist. He slightly lowered his head and said to her, I missed you. Lin Xiao looked up at his handsome face, but after hearing his words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, Big brother, we just haven't seen each other for one night. I remember you weren't so clingy before. Wu Chengyue hugged her slender waist and smelled the unique and alluring fragrance on her body. He smiled and said, If you were willing to sleep with me at night, I wouldn't be like this. I've been poisoned here and here by you. If I don't see you in a while, I'll panic and lose control. What should I do? Lin Xiao. Fuck, let go of me. I want to rub the goosebumps off. This is someone else's base camp. Can you restrain yourself? Who taught you to say such mushy words? Lin Xiao struggled out of his arms with goosebumps all over her body. She looked at him with a speechless expression. This guy had wanted to sneak into her bedroom to sleep with her for the past 2 nights, but she had chased him out. After all, this was the enemy's base camp, so she had to be more vigilant. Even if they really slept together, they could still maintain their vigilance. But she just didn't want to be too intimate with Wu Chengyue in someone else's territory. Chapter 1267. Hearing her words, Wu Chengyue smiled carelessly and said, What's there to restrain? Is it necessary to hide our relationship like this? Of course, he wanted the whole world to know that she was his woman. But now that most people did know, there was really no need to hide it like this, was there? Lin Xiao looked at him unhappily and said, What do you think our relationship is? Aren't you thinking too much? She did accept him a little now, but she hadn't completely accepted him. Wu Chengyue looked at her with some grievance and said, You're doing it again. Am I thinking too much? You're the one who's thinking too much. Don't you feel anything for me in your heart? Or is there something wrong with me? Lin Xiao had seen many of his expressions, such as the smiling mask and the serious expression when cooking. Occasionally, she would throw a tantrum with a jealous expression or an angry expression. Others probably didn't see it as much as she did. It wasn't the first time she had seen this grievance. She didn't feel anything before, but now she couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her face away and said, You are an excellent man, but give me some more time. I don't dare to make a decision now. Recently, she had gradually been able to feel his sincerity, but she still didn't dare to gamble with her future feelings. People's hearts would change. He really cared about her now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't change in 5, 10, or 20 years. Even if she had begun to accept him now, she still needed time to think about it. Wu Chengyue looked at her and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lin Xiao's attitude had begun to consider it. Although he was anxious, he knew that he couldn't be too anxious. Well, I'll give you time to think about it. But don't think too slowly, or shouting will run around. He put away his expression and said to Lin Xiao with a smile. Seeing that he suddenly said that he would give her time, Lin Xiao couldn't help but have a strange feeling in her heart. If you really don't want to be with me, then I will learn to give up this relationship. At this time, Wu Chengyue suddenly said to her, but the smile on his face became a little forced, and a trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. He was not the kind of person who would not let go. If Lin Xiao's final decision was unwilling, then he would also learn to give up, and he could only learn to give up himself. However, he truly loved Lin Xiao. Now, just thinking about the possibility of giving up on her in the future, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Because Wu Changyue could see that Lin Xiao's heart was only open to him. However, if she wanted to fall in love with him, there was still a door that was locked. It was just that this door wasn't as thick as the previous one. If he still couldn't open her last door, then he could only learn to give up. This was Wu Qingyue's worst-case scenario. After all, he was the only one in the relationship, and he didn't know if he could sustain it for a long time. What if he couldn't hold on any longer? However, when Lin Xiao heard this, his expression suddenly froze. She looked into his eyes in a daze. She was already used to him being around her, used to his breath. Although she had been considering whether to really accept Wu Changyue, she never thought that one day he would suddenly leave her. Because Wu Changyue had been following her, and she had never experienced the scene of him suddenly leaving her forever. Now that he said it, it was like a lock in her heart had been opened. However, what came after opening it wasn't a beautiful feeling, but a kind of cold emptiness, as if a hole had suddenly appeared, and as if something important was about to be lost. This feeling suddenly made her body slightly stiffen, and then she seemed to lose control. She stared at him and suddenly asked, "You said you want to give up?" Wu Chengyuan noticed her strangeness and saw that the whites of her eyes suddenly began to spread into a dark color. He couldn't help but be shocked, and he suddenly yelled at her, "Stop!" After being yelled at by him, the bad feeling in Lin Xiao's heart suddenly disappeared. Then, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace, being hugged tightly. "I won't give up. I won't give up. I was just lying to you. Don't take it seriously. It's my fault I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry." Wu Qingyue hugged her tightly, looked at her face in panic, and said nervously. He didn't think that his words would make Lin Xiao unable to suppress her zombie nature. Something bad almost happened. The black in Lin Xiao's eyes slowly receded. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had regained her clarity. She looked up at Wu Qingyue, then lowered her eyes and quietly stayed in his arms. She also didn't think that her mood would suddenly change so much just because of his words. Just now her breath was chaotic, and if it continued to be chaotic, it would expose her zombie emperor's breath. So Wu Qingyue suddenly yelled at her to wake her up. Wu Qingyue looked at her with some fear, and completely didn't think that his words of giving up on her would have such a big reaction. "Don't go. You've already barged into my heart. Don't tell me you want to leave so irresponsibly. Can't I agree? You already know that I'm starting to accept you. So why are you saying that you want to give up on me now?" Lin Xiao lowered her eyes and calmed down for a moment before she recovered. She suddenly raised a hand and clasped his arm. She raised her eyes to stare at him and said to him with some agitation, if his departure would leave such a big hole in her heart, then she might as well lock him in. He was the one who forced his way in, and now that he was here, he wanted to leave. Could it be that her heart was a public place? "All right, I know. I won't leave you." Wu Changyue used his hand to stroke her back a few times and comforted her. Lin Xiao let go of his arm, and both her hands grabbed the front of his clothes. She raised her chin and said to him fiercely, "It's too late. From today onwards, don't think about leaving me. Since you made me decide, then you have to take responsibility. If you dare to betray me in the future, I'll make you die a horrible death." Wu Chengyue looked down at her fierce eyes and said to her with a smile, "I couldn't ask for more." Only then did Lin Xiao let go of the front of his clothes and then reached up to hook her arms around his neck and pressed his face down. She brought her lips close to his and kissed him hard on the lips. However, at this moment, someone suddenly barged in from outside the door and interrupt. "I have a situation to tell you." Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao turned their faces at the same time to stare at him. Chapter 1268. Lin Xiao stared coldly at the person at the door, gritted her teeth, and said, "Lan Lu, you better have something important to interrupt me. Otherwise, I will make you impotent for 3 years." Wu Qingyue was holding Lin Xiao in his arms. His smiling face stiffened slightly after hearing Lin Xiao's words, but he quickly recovered. He smiled at Lan Lu and said slowly, "Mr. Lan, do you know that you will be struck by lightning if you interrupt someone's good time?" After that, the ceiling above his head began to crackle with thunder and lightning. Pa, pa, pa. Streaks of purple lightning snakes slithered around the ceiling as if they would fall at any moment. Don't. Lan Lu quickly raised his hands and took a step back. He retreated to the door before carefully poking his head in and continued awkwardly. Cough. I have something important to do. Something important. Something very important. Lin Xiao pushed Wu Qingyue's chest away, but her eyes were still fixed on Lan Lu at the door. After Wu Qingyue let go of her, he grabbed her hand and walked to the sofa and sat down next to her. Wu Qingyue stared at Lan Lu with a smile on his face, but the flames in his eyes seemed to be burning Lan Lu at the door. Because Lin Xiao rarely took the initiative to kiss him, but before he had time to taste this sweet kiss, Lan Lu, the bastard, came. Can't you stand at the door and wait for 10 seconds before you talk? No, wait for 30 seconds. Wu Qingyue stared at Lan Lu and squeezed out a sentence while gritting his teeth. Lan Lu slowly walked in, then looked at the ceiling, the floor, and the left and right as he moved toward the two of them. Under the gazes of the two people who obviously wanted to bite him, Lan Lu felt a lot of pressure. It was okay to be bitten by Wu Qingyue. After all, he was a human, so it didn't matter if he was bitten. The important thing was that he shouldn't be able to do such a thing. But Lu Tianyu was different. He really knew how to bite. Cough. There was the danger of turning into a zombie after being bitten by her. But when he thought of the information in his hands, he calmed down. Cough, because it's really important. And it's related to you guys. I'm here to give you information out of goodwill. Who knew you were busy? He said as he walked to the armchair beside the two of them and sat down. As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Qingyue's hand that was holding Lin Xiao's hand. With an envious expression, he sighed and said, "Looks like your relationship has made a big breakthrough." At this time, Wu Qingyue raised his other hand, and a small lightning flashed on his palm. Looking at him, he said, "I think you're just here to find out about our relationship. You said that sending me information was just an excuse, right?" Lan Lu immediately straightened his back and raised his hands in front of his chest, palms facing outwards in a blocking posture. No. I really have information about you, and I'm here to give it to you for free. Why am I treated like this? Who told you not to pick a good time? Of all times. Lin Xiao pulled his hand out of Wu Qingyue's grasp and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He leaned against the back of the sofa and looked at Lan Lu lazily. "Tell me, where's your intel? What's going on? Hurry up and finish talking. Let's go." Leaning against the back of the chair, Lin Xiao glared at Lan Lu impatiently and urged him. "Oh, I'll tell you. I've been paying close attention to Sikong Chen's movements recently. I don't know if you guys have noticed that he and that Xie woman have been very close these days. I overheard some of the little things they were planning for this operation underground. Not only do they have to deal with Leader Lu underground, but they also have to deal with Leader Wu above ground. And this morning, there were two very special teams that quietly left the base. From the looks of it, they're heading towards your base." Lan Lu straightened his expression and talked to them seriously. Lin Xiao began to roll up her sleeves and stared at him. "Is that all you want to say? Then did you think that I actually know all of this? Do you want me to tell you the detailed plan of Sikong Chun and that woman who likes to show her legs?" Lan Lu was obviously stunned when he heard her words. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Huh? You guys know all of this?" Lin Xiao sneered and said, "Do you think I'll just stay here for the next 2 days and not go anywhere else?" Hearing this, Lan Lu's expression immediately became awkward. He looked at Lin Xiao in a daze for 2 seconds. He really didn't think that this female zombie already knew about Sikong Chen's plan. But thinking about it, it didn't seem strange at all. After all, this female zombie and Wu Qingyue weren't simple. It was normal for them to know such important information. Do you think we're stupid? We know that we're going to explore the unknown world, and we have Sikong Chen's people by our side. Don't we know that we need to guard against them? Lin Xiao rolled up her sleeves and sat up straight. She looked like she was ready to beat Lan Lu up. At this moment, Lan Lu felt that it seemed like today really wasn't the right time. Although he didn't expect the two of them to receive the news so quickly. Under normal circumstances, the two of them probably wouldn't want to beat him up like this. Ah, since you guys already know, then it's fine. You guys can continue what you were doing just now. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Lin Xiao had already sat up, Lan Lu immediately felt a sense of crisis. He quickly stood up and quietly slipped out of the door as he spoke. So you're purely here to disturb us? Sending information is really just an excuse. Wu Changyue smiled as he threw the small lightning in his hand towards Lan Lu. No, I didn't think that you guys would also know about this. Since you guys already know, then you should have a way to deal with it. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Sorry. Lan Lu dodged a bit, and Wu Qingyue's small lightning fell to the ground. After saying that, he flashed out of the door and disappeared without a trace. The two of them looked at the empty doorway and turned to look at each other. After Lan Lu's interruption, Lin Xiao's excitement had completely calmed down. She looked at Wu Qingyue, and then her expression became a bit unnatural. The change just now was completely out of her control. Her consciousness had already drifted away due to the strange and intense emotions in her heart. That was why she did that subconscious action, because her consciousness was already a bit unclear. In her heart, there was only an emotional desire to obtain Wu Qingyue. If it wasn't for Lan Lu suddenly appearing and interrupting her, she might have done something even more outrageous. She might have directly pulled Wu Qingyue into the small room in the space and pushed him onto the bed. Now that she was clear-headed, she immediately felt awkward. She was a bit glad that Lan Lu had appeared just now. Chapter 1269. When Wu Qingyue saw her expression, he couldn't help but put away the smile on his face. He stared at her seriously. Don't even think about taking back what you just said. I won't agree. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, thinking of the words she just said to him when she was emotional. She couldn't help but want to find a hole to hide in. What do you mean you already broken my heart? You can't leave. She also promised him. She also said that she already began to accept him. Now she felt so embarrassed. Just now she used that kind of tough attitude to say to him. Now she felt so embarrassed. She really wanted to take back what she just said. Okay, I won't take it back. But my state just now was a bit off. Those words just now? She wanted to say that those words just now were said when she was not sober. She wanted him to not take it seriously. But looking at Wu Qingyue's appearance, it was obvious that he was already holding on to those words just now. This made her feel like she had no way out. And after the situation just now, she also felt that she was not right. She didn't think that Wu Qingyue had already become so important in her heart. This was something she didn't expect at all. Wu Qingyue looked at her confused expression, and then reached out his hands to hold both sides of her cheeks. He brought his eyes so close that he could see his own reflection in hers. I swear, I will not leave you. He would never do that. So no matter what state you are in, I will not give up on you. But I will still do as I said before. I will give you time to adapt. Since your inner nature has already chosen me, then please rest assured and believe me. Okay? I will never betray you. Believe me, okay? Believe me. He said to her very cautiously. Wu Qingyue finally said, believe me, 3 times in a row, staring into Lin Xiao's eyes. His eyes revealed a deep determination and deep affection that almost dragged her into his eyes. What he said was 200% true. No matter how Lin Xiao changed, he would not give up on him. And she was now a zombie. No matter how bad the future was, there was no difference from now. Lin Xiao, I will wait for you. Even if I wait until the day I die, I will still wait for you. If one day I really want to give up on you, then you can kill me. I won't run away, and I won't resist you. He rarely called Lin Xiao by her real name, but every time he did, he would call her by her real name. It was always when he was very, very serious. Being stared at by him like this, Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with his eyes. It was as if there was a whirlpool in his eyes that wanted to suck her in. She was completely sucked in, unable to escape. She could only stare back at him. His words reached her ears, and all her brain rang with the meaning of his voice and his words. It made her brain unable to function freely, as if it was restricted by something. She took a deep breath and used a lot of self-control to close her eyes. She looked away from Wu Qingyue's gaze, then turned away and pulled his hand away. I'm a zombie. The situation just now, I think it's my nature as a zombie. What if I lose my mind one day, forget everyone, and become a zombie like a monster? Will you still accept me? She looked at the side of the floor tiles and said calmly. Wu Qingyue once again lifted her face to look at him. Lin Xiao, I just said it. No matter what you become, I won't abandon you. Even if your identity is exposed and the whole world doesn't accept you, I will still treat you as my woman. Even if I don't want the whole world, I won't abandon you. Ling Ling and Xiao Tong. Okay, I got it. You don't need to compare me with the whole world. Lin Xiao was a bit out of character and said to him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Isn't the last sentence a bit too exaggerated? What whole world? But after thinking about it, she said with a heavy expression, from the situation just now, my situation is a bit strange. Something must have gone wrong. I have a bad premonition. Wu Qingyue, I'm serious. If one day I lose my mind and do something harmful to you or Xiao Tong or even to other humans, you have to be responsible for controlling me. If you can't completely control me, then no matter what, you have to kill me before I eat people. I don't want to eat people. The situation just now made her feel a bad premonition in her heart, and she knew that there was something wrong with her body. It was just that she couldn't think of the reason, but if it continued, the result was not what she wanted to see. She didn't want to lose her mind and become a zombie that only knew how to eat people. Thinking of herself lying in a human body and eating their flesh and organs, this image made her despair. That was why she wanted to ask Wu Qingyue to kill her if he really reached that point. After all, he was currently the strongest human. What are you saying? Do you think what I said just now was a joke? But after hearing her words, Wu Qingyue's face became very ugly. If you lose your mind, I will find a way to make you regain your mind. Don't worry, there will be a way. There is also Xiao Tong. Even if I don't have a way, Xiao Tong will definitely have a way. He is our son. He is so magical, and his senses are sharper than both of us. He will definitely have a way to help you. Wu Qingyue said to her in a low voice. Although Lin Xiao's words made him a little angry, but the first half of her words made him vigilant. But thinking that Lin Xiao's mind was in a mess because of him, Wu Qingyue's heart was vigilant towards her situation, but he was also a little happy. He reached out his hand to her shoulder and hugged her. He used one hand to press the side of her face and pressed her head into his embrace. Then he comforted her. Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let anything happen to you. And you can let Xiao Tong take a look. He feels that he should know something. If something really happens, I won't let you fall into a disadvantageous situation. You are my lover. I have the responsibility to protect you. No matter what you become, even if you become a monster, I won't abandon you. The two of them hugged each other on the sofa, and Lin Xiao listened to his heartbeat with one ear. Listening to his words, her heart strangely calmed down. Wu Qingyue used his hand to lift her chin and stared at her cherry red and moist lips for 3 seconds. Then he slowly lowered his head and pressed his lips against her soft lips again. But at this moment, the two of them suddenly froze. Then, the two of them separated again and stared at the door with displeasure. Ahem. The bullet sample is here. Do you want to see? Xiao Liqing, who could not retreat in time, could only bite the bullet and come in again. Chapter 1270. Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao stayed silent as they stared at Xiao Liqing, who was by the door. Under the pressure of their gazes, Xiao Liqing had an urge to turn and run. However, as his two bosses didn't say a word, he didn't dare to move. He was in danger of being struck by lightning at any moment. Wu Qingyue had already raised a hand, with a fist-sized lightning ball sparkling in it. Xiao Liqing didn't dare to move at all. You interrupted me the second time. I didn't throw the lightning at you. Are you touched? Wu Qingyue said with a smile. I don't dare to, Xiao Liqing said. Lin Xiao pushed him away and said to Xiao Liqing, Let me see it. Xiao Liqing sighed with relief as he carried the small-armed box and walked in. He opened the box and found 3 layers of guns in it, each with a different kind of power. They were all short and portable handguns. Beside each of the 3 guns were 20 to 30 specially made bullets. Lin Xiao picked up a bullet and gave it a look, then sensed the vibe and the main components of the bullet. After that, she picked up another gun and weighed it, then put it back into the box. The cold texture and weight of the gun allowed her to figure out the level of the weapon. She decided to test the power of the bullet when the time came. After putting the box into the small space, Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Liqing and asked, "Have the 2 groups of people arrived yet?" Xiao Liqing nodded and said, "They arrived about 20 miles away from Sea City Base last night. But they don't seem to plan to make a move right away." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I guess they want to wait until tomorrow. We're leaving tomorrow. By then, everyone will be focusing on Sea City Base. Those people will definitely relax. So, it's the best chance for us to make a move." Both Xiao Liqing and Wu Chengyue had thought of that. Wu Chengyue smiled and said, "So, since they won't make a move first, we will. Let's see what Xiao Yunlong can do this time." When he found out that Si Kongshun had secretly sent 2 groups of people to Sea City Base and All Beings Base, he asked Xiao Liqing to follow behind them and send a message to Xiao Yunlong, who was in Sea City Base. He told Xiao Liqing to pick a time tonight to attack those 2 bases with more people. It seems that Si Kongshun has been secretly raising quite a lot of superpowered people. He doesn't plan to keep hiding his power anymore. Do you think that Sea City Base doesn't have enough capable people? Lin Xiao sneered and said, "That's right. Sea City Base doesn't have enough capable people." Si Kongshun didn't take All Beings Base seriously. He probably thought that All Beings Base was under Sea City Base's protection. This time, Si Kongshun sent out at least 500 people in total. 100 of them were at level 6, while the rest were at level 5. There were also a few people whose strength was not low, but their identities were unknown. He estimated that all 3 of them were level 7 paranormals. Si Kongshun actually had so many people hiding in the dark. He couldn't possibly send all of them to Sea City Base. Therefore, after this wave of attacks, it was estimated that he had sent out at least 1/3 of his forces. These hundreds of people are all at level 5 or level 6, with a few at level 7. If I weren't in Sea City Base, I guess no one would be able to fend off those level 7 people. That's probably what Si Kongshun was thinking. Even if someone was able to fend off the 3 level 7 people, it would be difficult for them to fend off the 100 level 6 ones. Unless I could organize those hunters in my base beforehand, I wouldn't be caught unprepared. Wu Chengyue joined the conversation. He doesn't think that Sea City Base has so many level 6 and 7 people. He didn't send those people out to start a war with your base. He just didn't know why he sent those people out, said Lin Xiao. What is it? Wu Chengyue asked. He understood that Si Kongshun sent those people out for a reason. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he immediately figured out that she had already found out about Si Kongshun's purpose. Lin Xiao glanced outside the window, then turned back and said to Wu Chengyue in a bland tone, "The news that you can't grow crops in your base has been leaked. Si Kongshun also heard that you have a new son. This time, he sent out 2 groups of people. One group wants to find out what the deal between Sea City Base and All Beings Base is. The other group is going for your son." While speaking, she looked at Wu Chengyue with a meaningful look in her eyes. Wu Chengyue looked at her and said, "Wait a minute. What do you mean by new son? How did my son become a new son?" "Because we don't know who your son is," said Lin Xiao to him. "Huh." For some reason, Xiao Liqing wanted to laugh on hearing that. "How dare you laugh? I haven't made you pay for what you did just now. Just you wait." Wu Chengyue narrowed his eyes at Xiao Liqing with a grin. Xiao Liqing immediately stopped laughing. But soon, Wu Chengyue wore a cold look on his face, and the smile on his face disappeared. "Are you sure that Si Kongshun has his eyes on tongue?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yeah, that's what he told that woman the night before yesterday. He also brought back a kind of drug from a foreign country that can disable level 8 superpowered people's superpowers. He's going to give that woman a chance to hurt me when we go underground together. He's going to make sure that I won't be able to come back up. I can't believe Si Kongshun chose to make a move at this critical moment. I guess he does want to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of you too. But isn't he worried about those underground creatures? Xiao Liqing frowned slightly and asked with confusion. Si Kongshun might want to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of Wu Chengyue and Lin Xiao. But without the two level 8 superpowered people, he wouldn't be able to deal with those underground creatures, would he? That wouldn't do him any good, would it? Shouldn't he be working with Si Kongshun now? Was Si Kongshun planning to use his own base to fight against those underground creatures? I guess he didn't send his people to Sea City base just to kill Tung. Ling Ling is one of his targets too. He's trying to control me with the child so that I'll follow his orders and fight those underground creatures for him. So, I'm sure he'll make a move on Ling Ling during the underground exploration. If she returns safely, Si Kongshun might not have the energy to control me. Wu Qingyue expressionlessly analyzed Si Kongshun's thoughts. I guess he didn't expect the two kids to be with us. I think he's more interested in the secret of the food trade between Sea City base and All Beings base. He has already found out that your base can't grow living plants. But the fact that the canteen in Sea City base still provides fresh food every day has aroused his suspicion. Lin Xiao put a hand on her chin and thought for a moment. Chapter 1271. At this time, in a remote, abandoned chemical plant more than 20 kilometers away from the Sea City base, a group of people were quietly hiding inside. A silhouette silently approached from afar and only revealed itself when it reached this place. "How's the preparation over there?" A man in black clothes immediately came out of the chemical plant to greet the person. "Almost done. What about your side?" Having confirmed the location of the two children, the person first answered and then asked the other party. "The news hasn't come back yet. We're still waiting," the man in black clothes said and looked at his watch. "There's still 10 hours before the operation time. No hurry." The person said a few words to him and walked into the factory. He was wearing a camouflage field uniform with a belt on his chest, back, and even waist, and several weapons on his body. After he walked in, the man in black clothes followed behind him. The identity of the two people was revealed. "Too slow. We're going to start tonight. You haven't confirmed the target's location." The man in the field uniform walked in and said with some dissatisfaction. The man in black clothes walking behind him said, "The information has changed. Our response is very timely. Since Wu Qingyue went to China, he will definitely hand the child over to someone he trusts. Have you checked Xiao Yunlong and Mengyu? He most likely handed the child over to these two people to take care of him." The man in the field uniform frowned slightly. His ordinary face looked very serious. "We have sent people to inquire about the two of them, but the strange thing is that they didn't come out with the child. We have checked a lot of channels, but there is no trace of the whereabouts of the two children." The man in black clothes also frowned slightly, showing a very puzzled expression. The two walked into the office building of the factory and entered the temporary control room. The control room was a rectangular conference table with maps and battle plans on the table. The map had a regional map of Sea City and the regional map of the All Beings base, but although the map of All Beings base was small, it was not as detailed as Sea City. The intelligence of this All Beings base is so difficult to obtain. This woman doesn't just rely on Wu Chengyue. She herself has strength that can't be ignored. That woman surnamed Xie is probably going to kick an iron plate this time. The man in the field uniform stared at the map of All Beings base for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. The map of All Beings base was not clear. In fact, the map could only show the situation outside the base, but the inside of the base was blank. The man in black clothes poked his nose with his finger and said, "We have sent so many people inside the base, but we can't get in. I don't know what method that woman used to keep it a secret. Every time they sent people, the result was the same. They didn't return. Whether it was to sneak in or to catch the people in the base they sent in, they didn't succeed. In the end, the people that were sent either went to contact them or their corpses were left in the wilderness outside the base. Even if they brought the body back, they couldn't find any information about the base. The way he killed the man was clean and efficient. Other than the fatal stab wound on the neck, he had also saved bullets. Xie, then Xie, humans, and let's see what secrets this base has. The man in the field uniform lowered his head and stared at the location of the base on the map. The black-clothed man glanced at him and suddenly said, "You seem to be very happy that Beauty Xie has kicked an iron plate?" Xie shrugged and said, "She should know that there is always someone better, or else she will always think of herself as a flower on a high mountain." The man in black clothes smiled and said, "I heard that the leader got a drug from abroad that can even put down a level 8 psychic, so she will definitely use it. And I heard that the level 8 female leader of this base has just entered level 8. Maybe Beauty Xie can really get rid of this female leader." The man in the field uniform glanced at him and smiled. "You are too naive. Want to make a bet?" Xie nodded immediately. "Bet 10,000 contribution points? 10,000? You think too much, kid. 3,000 at most." The man in the field uniform glared at him and said expressionlessly. Xie didn't argue with him and nodded. "Okay, 3,000 it is. If the female leader wins, I will give you 3,000 contribution points. If Beauty Xie wins, don't go back on your words." Xie looked at him disdainfully. "Do I look like the kind of person who would go back on his words?" At this time, a group of people were standing on the top of a tall building a dozen kilometers away from the base, their eyes focused in the direction of the base. There is another level 7 psychic in the base, but he should have just entered not long ago. No wonder the small base can be built. Including that woman, there are 2 level 7 or above. A man, who is obviously the shortest among the people, stood at the front with his eyes slightly closed and said to the direction of the base. A young woman with a ponytail next to him looked at him and asked, "Captain, if the other side also has a level 7 psychic, will our actions be discovered by him?" If the other side also had a level 7 psychic, then the other side would definitely be able to sense their aura fluctuations. That way, the other side would be on guard. The short man opened his eyes, and a white light flashed in his black eyes. He said, "No, because I've already concealed your auras before coming here. A level 7 psychic won't be able to sense auras more than 20 kilometers away, not to mention with my concealment." The woman with the ponytail immediately nodded. "That's right. I forgot that you have this trick up your sleeve, Captain." There were 7 or 8 people beside them, and the team didn't have more than 10 people in total. However, the aura on his body was either very reserved or very strong. His aura was very imposing. "Right, I heard that there was a group of zombies guarding the periphery of this small base. Why are they all gone now?" At this time, another subordinate next to the short man asked in confusion. "I heard that they made a deal with the Blue Continent. Didn't they develop a potion with similar effects to our base? We have already sent people to negotiate with this small base." The captain replied indifferently. "Oh, so that's how it is. But we don't know what kind of people are in this base. Our leader has sent so many people here, but to no avail. The worst ones are the ones who don't return." The subordinate looked curiously in the direction of the universal base. There was a look of eagerness in his eyes. Maybe it's a psychic with special senses. But it seems that the other side isn't simple. There was not much contempt in the captain's eyes, but there was not much seriousness either. He was just more serious than usual. Chapter 1272. However, these 10 people did not notice that on the wall of the stairway behind them, there was a transparent figure. Elmar nodded. Well, she does belong to the category of special perception. After all, zombies are very sensitive to the smell of humans. She quietly left the building without the other party noticing at all. Then, he quickly slipped back to his base and returned to the base very quickly. When she entered the conference room of the office building of base number 1, there was already a group of people waiting for her. Lin Feng couldn't help but stand up when he saw El March. "Who is it?" Elmar shook her head. "I don't know who it is, but it was definitely sent by Si Kong Chun. The leader was a level 7 arcanist. It was unknown what type of arcana he possessed, but he was able to conceal the energy fluctuations within his body. Furthermore, his aura is also very strong. If he's an aggressive type, then we'll probably have to rely on Lily to deal with him. If it's not an attack type, then it's probably a dual type, and one of them is a special type of perception. Her words immediately caused everyone's expression to become a little serious, but no one showed any expression of worry. After all, they still have 3 level 7 zombies here. If he is a dual-type zombie, then as long as he has not reached level 8, he will be able to survive. Xiao Lily was more than enough to deal with him. Except for the leader who is level 7, the others are all level 6. There are 9 of them. Elmar reported the number of people on the other side. This Sikong Chun is really restless. He's still thinking of playing these little tricks in such a situation. Lin Feng's face darkened as he said angrily, "Isn't it better to use these people to fight the creatures outside? Why do they have to do this in the human circle? Show your ambition." It's fine if he has his ambitions, but it's wrong for him to target us. You've been blinded so many times, and you still want to continue to be blinded. A disdainful smile appeared on Elmar's small face. Basically, all the spies and undercover agents sent to spy on their base were directly taken care of by her. They did not give those people a chance to approach the base, nor did they give them a chance to come into contact with the people in the base. Last time they had gotten rid of that big group of people, and now they were doing it again. Sikong Chen's ambition seemed to be growing bolder and bolder as time went by. The 10 people who came this time seemed to be very confident. Elmar added without waiting for the others to say anything. They sent a rank 7 and 9 rank 6. In their eyes, we only have a few thousand people in this small base. It should be impossible to find 9 rank 6 ability users to resist them. Chen Yuding, who was on Lin Feng's right, said. Lin Kuei seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "I'm guessing that Sikong Chun is trying to find out the secrets of our base while our leader and Sea City's leader Wu aren't here. He's not here to invade our base. He only wants to attack Sea City." Yes, I heard that the situation at the plantation in Sea City has been leaked. However, Haicheng is still eating the fresh vegetables we send them every day, which will definitely arouse suspicion. From the looks of it, they know about Sea City's distribution channel and suspect us. This time, they were probably here to investigate this point as well. Otherwise, why would they send a level 7 Arcanist? Lin Feng analyzed the other party's motive and said, Sikong Chen probably thinks that I'm the only rank 7 metahuman left here, so he sent one over. He didn't know how the other party would react to Elmar's group of level 7 zombie kings. As usual, don't let anyone escape. At this time, Xiao Lily lightly patted the table and said, "They are preparing to move tonight. I will go and test them. Black Panther will block the way. Since he thinks that we can't find 9 rank 6 ability users, then we will send them double the number of rank 6 ability users." Elmar sneered and looked at everyone. Lin Feng nodded. "Then let's do it. Do you think they will send another group of people to Sea City tonight?" Lin Kuei suddenly asked hesitantly at this time. "I will keep a close eye on them and inform everyone if there are any movements," Lin Feng said. After everyone dispersed, Elmar and Xiao Lily gave orders to the current level 1 and level 6 zombie kings in the zombie army, asking them to prepare for battle and prioritize the combat type ability zombies. But not long after, Lin Feng received news from the Huaxia people in Sea City and immediately called for an emergency meeting. Fortunately, we have prepared beforehand, so we are not afraid of their extra 100 people. Seeing that the news Lin Feng received was that the Huaxia people had indeed sent another 100 people from Sea City to secretly rush over after dark, Elmar sat on the chair and snorted in disdain. Since their numbers have increased, then let's increase our numbers as well. They have 20 more level 6 metahumans. It seems that their focus is still on Sea City, but their hopes are probably going to be dashed because their target is not in Sea City. Lin Feng first tapped the table to change the original plan, then said the last sentence with a hint of schadenfreude. Elmar nodded. "We have a lot of people here. We should have taken them out long ago." Apart from those brought out by Lin Xiao, everyone has been training in the training base recently. Of course, those who have reached level 6 are tasked to keep an eye on the level 3, 4, and 5 zombie army below and train. It was dark outside, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. There was no moon today. Therefore, a dark and windy night was more suitable for sneak attacks. The Huaxiao people stood on the roof of a building more than 10 kilometers away from the Universal Survival Base. The short captain sat at the highest position on the roof, staring calmly in the direction of the Universal Survival Base. He was playing with a gleaming dagger in his hand. The woman with the short ponytail lightly jumped behind him and looked around. She asked, "Captain, will there be any problems with the mission of Team 2 and Team 3? We can't even find the target. Could it be that the other party has already discovered our operation?" The dagger in the captain's hand stopped spinning, and after 3 seconds, it began to spin on his nimble fingers again. "There will definitely be a problem. Even if we can't find the 2 children, as long as Xie Longyun's operation is successful, the original plan will not change." The woman with the short ponytail had a pensive expression, then asked, "Say, if the leader really caught that child, Wu Chengyue, what will he do with him in the end?" The captain glanced at her indifferently and said, "Why? Are you feeling heartache for that child? He's only a month old anyway. It won't be a problem to raise him. But according to our leader's personality, he will only use a way to avoid future trouble." The woman with the short ponytail revealed a somewhat unbearable expression. After all, he's just a child, and so young. Chapter 1273. The captain said faintly, "What's the point of thinking so much? First, we have to make sure that Team 2 and Team 3 succeed. They can't even locate the target right now. This mission is probably going to fail. But it's strange. We clearly identified the target before. How come the information doesn't match up when we get here?" The woman with the short ponytail asked doubtfully. The captain was just about to say something when he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. Soon, the woman and the others on the roof immediately noticed something and turned to look in the same direction as the captain. Then, they all stood up and revealed a vigilant expression. "Prepare for battle." The captain suddenly stood up and shouted. His figure suddenly flashed. His subordinates on the rooftop immediately rushed out in batches and scattered in all directions. Their captain shouted to prepare for battle, not to get ready for action. What he meant was that they had been discovered, and the enemy had come looking for them. "Since you all came uninvited, then don't leave." A man's voice came from afar. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The captain sneered in the direction of the man's voice. Then his figure flashed and instantly flew over. If he guessed correctly, the person who spoke was the only level 7 ability user in Universal Base. "Me? Oh, you got the wrong person. We have a girl who wants to play with you. You can accompany her first." The voice on the other side was indeed Lin Feng. He calmly replied. The captain rushed to the source of his voice as fast as he could. However, before he could stop, the person who greeted him wasn't Lin Feng, but a petite pink figure. What surprised the captain was that he had not sensed the aura of this petite figure until now. When the pink figure rushed up and flew in front of him, he clearly saw that it was a teenage girl. She was actually wearing a white dress, but her body was emitting a faint red flame. The most obvious feature was the 2 long strands of hair that fluttered behind her. But what concerned him the most was that this girl was wearing sunglasses at night. Whoosh! As soon as Chiu Lily flew into the air, the flames all over her body ignited. Like a huge fire lotus blooming in the air, it lit up the surrounding dozens of meters. Along with the blossoming of her sparks, a burst of high temperature suddenly spread in all directions. The high altitude and the ground immediately sunk into a scorching environment, causing the air to be scorched. At the same time, a powerful energy aura spread out, directly suppressing the short captain who was closest to her. "You! Who are you?" Suppressed by Chiu Lily's sudden release of aura, the short leader's initially calm expression changed. He abruptly stopped in the air in front of Chiu Lily, his face revealing a shocked expression. He widened his eyes and stared at Chiu Lily, sizing her up hesitantly. "I'm from the all-living base, but you guys don't seem to have good intentions. Do you really think we can be bullied just because we are small in number and weak? Then we won't stand on ceremony." The sunglasses on Chiu Lily's face covered her black and red eyes, so the other party didn't know her zombie identity. Although her aura was very close to that of a level 8 arcanist, she had not yet entered the realm of level 8. But among the 7s, he was at the pinnacle, and the captain's energy aura was at level 7. But it wasn't the pinnacle, it could only be regarded as the strength of an intermediate level 7. So in front of Chiu Lily, who had released her aura, he seemed to be weak. More importantly, he didn't know the existence of a strong person like Chiu Lily. So when he was caught off guard, he was a little surprised. Fortunately, he was indeed a captain. Although he looked a little panicked, his heart quickly calmed down. After hearing Chiu Lily's extremely aggressive words, he immediately reacted. He took the initiative and rushed toward Chiu Lily. A strange aura coming from his body wrapped around him. Chiu Lily stood still and waved her hand. A cluster of flames separated from the huge sparks around her, but in the blink of an eye, it was sucked in by a strong gust of wind. Then, it turned into a small, flaming tornado that sped towards the short captain. The fire tornado grew bigger and bigger, and the wind also became stronger. The strong wind produced a suction force. The captain felt that as the small tornado grew bigger, the sense of danger also became stronger. He knew that the energy in this attack couldn't be blocked, but the suction force of the tornado was also very strong. He wanted to escape, but his movement was restricted by the suction force. The captain's movement was restricted by the suction force of the tornado, so his dodging was obviously a lot slower. Just as he dodged a step too late, Chiu Lily's fire tornado hit him in the blink of an eye. However, after Chiu Lily's fire tornado smashed into the short man, a white mist suddenly gushed out from his body. The tornado exploded, but it didn't cause any actual damage to him. White mist? What kind of ability is this? Chiu Lily looked at the white mist floating around the short man's body in confusion. When the two in the sky opened up, the others had already met their opponents. When the captain's more than 100 people quickly spread out, they found that very soon, teams of people appeared in the surroundings silently and blocked them. The Chinese team originally had more than 10 people in each team, so they spread out. As a result, before they could rush out for more than 10 meters, they were surrounded by countless people in the surrounding darkness. Why are there so many of them? The woman led her team members, and her expression slightly sank. Her eyes looked at the people who blocked them in front of them in disbelief. Want to leave? Do you want to see if we agree? You want to come and go as you please? Our universal base doesn't have such a rule. If you want to leave, then leave your lives behind. The other side also turned around and said with a slightly hoarse woman's voice. The other side's voice wasn't very pleasant to hear, as if there was something wrong with her throat, with a kind of ear-piercing hoarseness. They could barely make out that it was a woman's voice. Soon, the other side's figures appeared. A group of people wearing camouflage military uniforms appeared in front of the woman with the short ponytail. They wore hats on their heads and a pair of sunglasses on their faces. Only the lower half of their faces and their mouths could be seen, and their faces gave off a mysterious feeling. Big talk. Then let's see if you have the strength to do so with so many people. The woman with the short ponytail put away the expression of disbelief on her face and stared coldly at the other side. Chapter 1274. Do it. Don't let any of them go. Yu Shaoxian, who was standing in front of the Huaxiao woman in a ponytail, shouted coldly, and then waved a dense group of wind blades towards the woman. Jing Yin and Yin Xiao, who were next to her, disappeared in a flash, but soon appeared on the side of the opponent and waved their abilities to attack. Jing Yin and Yin Xiao were both fire elementalists, and they threw a huge fireball at the Huaxiao woman at the same time. The woman in the ponytail saw that Yu Shaoxian was waving a wind blade, and she was glad in her heart. At the same time, she waved her hand to summon a huge wind wall to block in front of her. She was also wind elementalist. Since the opponent was also wind elementalist, as long as the opponent was not level 7, they could not do anything to her. Because under the leadership of Chiu Lily, all the zombies restrained their zombie aura and tried to cover up their zombie identity with the aura of their ability. Therefore, When the Chinese paranormals sensed the attack energy released by Qiu Lili, they thought that they were just human paranormals. But it was strange why these people wore sunglasses at night. Did their glasses have any special function? However, the wind wall erected by the ponytail did not block the dense wind blades. Puff, puff, puff dash after the wind blades penetrated the wind wall. They did not slow down and stabbed towards the woman in the ponytail. What? The woman in the ponytail was shocked when she saw that her wind elementalist could not block the opponent. But soon she had no time to be surprised, because the next second, the wind blades were already cutting towards her. She hurriedly leaped and flew toward the empty space on the other side of the sky. However, before she could stop in the air, a leg swept down from her back without her noticing. Bang! Ha! The woman in the ponytail only had time to groan, and then she was hit to the ground with a bang. She had just flown tens of meters in the sky, and then she was hit from tens of meters in the sky and directly hit to the ground. She did not even have time to react when she fell to the ground, so she fell hard. Coincidentally, he had smashed into the cement floor and was unable to get up for a while. Cough, cough. The impact of her body on the concrete floor made her breath stuffy. She tried to prop herself up with her elbows, but as soon as she lifted her head, she spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, another gust of wind blades shot down from above her head. At this time, no one else could come to her rescue. She could only rely on herself to roll to the side with all her might. Puff, 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 puff. Hundreds of wind blades hit the spot where she had been lying, directly creating a small, densely packed pit in the muddy ground. Although the woman avoided the danger in time, her body was still cut by a few wind blades, and blood immediately gushed out. Only then did the others realize that none of the opponents they had accepted were weak. What's more, they outnumbered them by 2 to 3 times. This meant that each of them had to deal with 2 or 3 people of the same level. After realizing this, the faces of everyone in Huaxia became gloomy. On the other side, Qiu Lili also clashed with the short man, but the opponent was using fog. Although his fog might be special, it was completely useless against Qiu Lili's fire and wind energy. Qiu Lili looked at the fog around him getting thicker and thicker, and the opponent's figure quickly hid in the white fog. She immediately waved her hand, and a few huge tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth descended from the sky. Not only did they disperse the white fog released by the opponent, but they also blew the surrounding tall buildings and trees into the air. She waved her hand again and threw a few flames into the tornadoes. The fire immediately grew stronger, and the surrounding sky was dyed fiery red. Soon, the figure of the short man appeared. Qiu Lili was also very surprised by his fog, because when he released it, his breath and smell disappeared. His aura and the scent on his body had disappeared. This was a very powerful concealment method. Even her zombie nose couldn't see through it. Fortunately, she used the combination of fire energy and wind energy to disperse the white fog. Otherwise, it would be difficult to lock onto him if he hid within a range of 700 to 800 meters. As soon as Qiu Lili saw the figure of the other party appear, she immediately brandished a flaming wind fire blade and shot it towards him. Qiu Lili's level 7 energy control speed was 10 times faster than Yu Xiaoxin's level 6 energy control. In an instant, she arrived at the short man's location. Bang! Soon, the entire wall collapsed. However, the short man disappeared again. Qiu Lili squinted her eyes and sniffed the surroundings. Then, she turned her head and stared in one direction. In a flash, she chased after it. At this time, in the Universal Base, in another research lab, next to the research lab of the second base. Holding a small tube, Shui Mingjun looked at the liquid inside and asked Yin Huiguang, who was staring at the data on the instrument, "Are you sure it will succeed this time?" Yin Huiguang stared at the instrument in front of him expressionlessly. Without turning his head, he said coldly, "Why don't you just take it and try it? Why are you asking me?" Shui Mingjun was already used to this kind of mocking face when he spoke. He used to be a person who didn't like to talk much, but now, every word he said was full of thorns. He didn't know who to blame. He thought for a while and said to himself, But I'm not a zombie. How can I try it? I still have to find someone. Why don't I ask Lung Xiantong to let his wife try it? Then, he took the tube of medicine and left the research lab. Then, he went to Lung Xuantong's research lab. Soon, he found Lung Xiantong in the corner of the lab. Sigh. Minister Lung, come, I have something to discuss with you. Lung Xiantong looked at him in confusion. What is it? Shui Mingjun said directly. Can you lend me your wife for a while? Lung Xiantong frowned. Before he could say anything, Shui Mingjun immediately said, Oh, don't misunderstand. Look at this. He raised the medicine in his hand to let Lung Xiantong notice it and said, This is something that we've been researching for the past few days. If your wife succeeds in trying it out, she'll be able to use it. If your wife succeeds, then it will be a great help to the zombie army in this base. Hearing what he said, Lung Xiantong immediately became interested. He asked curiously, What are you guys doing this time? Chapter 1275. This is a medicine that allows the zombies in our base to avoid the sensors at the entrance of the base and enter the base like normal people. After all, when people from our base go to other bases, the zombies they bring can only stay outside the base. Other people don't have such a powerful space like our leader, so they definitely can't bring people in. So I asked Yin Huiguang to make this to try. This way, the zombies in our base can sneak into other bases, right? Shui Mingjun explained the medicine in his hand to Lung Xiantong. Yin Huiguang's work during the day was mainly at the medical center of base number 1. At night, when he was free, he would do some small research or occasionally help Lung Xiantong. Lung Xiantong held the medicine in his hand and asked, Have you tested it? If it was really as he said, it was indeed a good thing for the zombie army. At least they would have a higher chance of sneaking into other people's bases. Shui Mingjun shook his head. No, we just came to you to borrow people to test it. Lung Xiantong looked at him. It won't hurt the zombies, right? That was his wife. How could he just let him borrow her to test the medicine? Shui Mingjun said with certainty, It's not a problem. I only came to borrow people because I'm sure it's not a problem. Otherwise, I could just go out and grab a normal one. But it would take some time to go out and grab one. There was a suitable candidate in such a close place, so there was no need to go out and grab one. Anyway, this wasn't used to harm people. It was the same no matter who used it. Lung Xiantong looked at him suspiciously and didn't move. Seeing his expression, Shui Mingjun could only sigh. All right then, I'll go find a nearby zombie to test it. After all, she was his wife. It was normal for him to be unwilling. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lung Xiantong stopped him. Wait, I'll take this medicine to Lansheng first. She should be able to tell whether it's harmful or not. His wife was already a level 3 zombie now, so her senses were much stronger. So, she should be able to tell whether it was harmful or not just by smelling it herself. Then, he brought Shui Mingjun to the entrance of another lab and shouted, Lansheng, come out for a moment. The female zombie, who was observing the experimental subjects, turned around and looked at him with a pair of black eyes in confusion. Lung Xiantong waved at her. Come here, come here. The female zombie walked towards him. When she was in front of him, she saw him stretch out his hand, holding a glass test tube with some unknown liquid in it. See if you can use this. Lung Xiantong asked her. The female zombie took it, opened the cork, and sniffed it. He then looked at Lung Xiantong in confusion, not knowing what this was. She had basically seen all of Lung Xiantong's experiments, but she had never seen him do this before. Oh, that's what they made. They said that it can disable the virus sensor, so you guys can't detect the zombie's identity. Lung Xiantong knew what she was thinking when he saw her expression. He pointed at Shui Mingjun and explained. Then he said to Shui Mingjun, There should be no problem. Did you get the tester? Shui Mingjun shook his head. No, we have to let her try the door. Lung Xiantong said, I'll go too. Shui Mingjun nodded. Up to you. Lung Xiantong looked at the medicine in his wife's hand and asked, Okay, how do we use this? Shui Mingjun said, Drink it. It'll be fine in 3 minutes. Lung Xiantong nodded, then looked at Qi Lansheng and said, Try it. Qi Lansheng glanced at him, then poured the medicine in her hand into her mouth. After 3 minutes, the others still didn't feel anything. However, her son, who had been lying beside Qi Lanqing's leg, had a confused expression on his face. It's quite lively outside the base now. Shui Mingjun turned his head and looked outside the base. It was the direction of Qiu Lily and the others' aura fluctuations. Lung Xiantong said calmly, "It's those people from China who came looking for trouble." Shui Mingjun glanced at him. "You know who they are?" Lung Xiantong. "I don't need to guess to know it's them." At this moment, Yin Huiguang also raised his head and looked in the direction of the large amount of energy fluctuations, then lowered his head to study his things as if it had nothing to do with him. He was sure that the other party couldn't detect his existence because he had installed an isolation device here, and he was the one who made it himself. So not only did the rank 7 metahuman from China not detect the existence of the rank 7 zombie king in the base, he also missed the existence of this rank 7 metahuman. But the moment Yin Huiguang raised his head, the battle outside the base was almost over. Puff, the short captain from China, was sent flying by a gust of wind from Qiu Lily. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he smashed into the wall of the building with a bam. Ew, how is this possible? The short man fell down the wall and looked at Qiu Lily in disbelief. Why was he unable to fight back even though they were both rank 7? From the very beginning, he had been on the receiving end of the beating. Qiu Lily didn't say much to him. She waved her hand and released a large number of sharp wind blades towards him. Puff, puff, puff. But just as Qiu Lily's wind blade shot down, the short man immediately released a very thick white mist. As soon as Qiu Lily heard the sound, she knew that her wind blades didn't hit the other party. At this time, the short man had disappeared from the original corner and appeared more than 100 meters away from Qiu Lily, rushing out in the direction of the outside. It seemed that he wanted to escape. Qiu Lily stood in the air and looked around, but for a moment, she couldn't sense the other party's existence. After a while, she focused her gaze and stared in a certain direction. Then, she scanned the surroundings. After confirming the overall situation, he also rushed over in a flash. The short man had already escaped a distance away, but Qiu Lily quickly caught up. Apart from him, half of the people brought by China with low strength were killed. The rest of the people also reacted at this time. They knew that their operation had gone wrong again. The other party unexpectedly had so many people, and each of them was stronger than them. It would not be good to fight them head on. Retreat. The woman with the short ponytail was under the double attack of Yu Shaoxian and Jing Yin. She decisively shouted into the communicator while trying to find a way to escape. Chapter 1276. The rest of the people in Huaxia immediately scattered and did not want to fight anymore. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yu Shaoxian immediately scolded and rushed toward the woman with the short ponytail. He didn't even need to use his special ability. He directly kicked the other party. At this time, Jing Yin raised a huge fireball and smashed it in the direction of the woman's escape, successfully blocking the woman's way. Just when she was blocked, Yu Shaoxian's attack also arrived. The woman with the short ponytail heard the sound of the air breaking. When she looked back, she saw that Yu Shaoxian's foot wearing a special military shoe had already kicked down. Looking at the momentum and speed, if she was hit by this kick, it was estimated that she would not have a good ending. She immediately hurriedly dodged to the side. However, after Yu Shaoxian's first kick did not hit, she turned in the air and instantly kicked the woman a second time. This kick was launched when she turned around. Her movement was very fast, and the woman with the short ponytail had no time to dodge this kick. Puff! She could only raise her hands in front of her face to block Yu Shaoxian's kick. Crack! But after Yu Shaoxian's kick hit her, she felt the bones in her forearm that was blocking outside crack. Her bones were directly broken. Ah! The woman with the short ponytail screamed in pain from the broken bones. Her whole body was kicked back a few meters. But before she landed, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, reached out, and directly inserted the whole hand directly into her back. Puff! After the woman with the short ponytail stopped, She couldn't believe it and looked down at the bloody hand that penetrated her chest. There were 5 long, sharp claws on the fingers. This is not a human hand. The woman with the short ponytail finally realized what this hand represented, but soon the other hand directly inserted 5 fingers in her head and then forcefully broke it. Crack! Wow. Do you need to be so violent? You like to break people's heads. Yu Shaoxian landed beside Jing Yin and looked at her. Her left hand was stuck in the woman's headless corpse, and her right hand was holding a head, which was dripping with blood. I wouldn't do it to others, but I can't help but want to do it to her. Jing Yin looked like a female Shura at that moment. Her whole body's aura was a bit violent. The red light in his black eyes fluctuated violently. When Yu Shaoxian heard this, she was immediately surprised. Hey, it can't be, right? Or do you know him? Puff! Jing Yin crushed the head in her hand with a single hand. She took the energy crystal core and shook it. He then threw the corpse of the other hand on the ground and said, I do know him. After that, she turned around and jumped away, not giving Yu Shaoxian a chance to gossip. On the other side, before the short man could run a few hundred meters, Qiu Lily threw a huge fireball at his head. Boom! The huge fireball that was 4 or 5 meters wide exploded at his position, and half of the trees and houses there collapsed. However, the short man was not hit. He rolled more than 10 meters away to avoid being hit. His body was shrouded in a thin layer of white mist that lingered around him as if it was glued to his body. It was this layer of fog that hid his aura. Moreover, he could clearly sense the enemy's movements and attack intentions, so he could dodge most of Qiu Lily's attacks. Why have you been hiding? Don't you have any means of attack? Qiu Lily felt that this person was very strange. Since the other party was sent to carry out a mission, he had been either avoiding her attacks or running away from the beginning. She didn't notice it before, but now she kind of realized it. He was luring her out, and she guessed that he had some backup plan. Thinking that the other party had some kind of conspiracy, Qiu Lily could only open her mouth to draw out the other party's means. Looking back, she found that the two of them were now a little away from the battlefield. Hearing Qiu Lily's words, the short man really stood up. His expression also became a little fierce. He stared at Qiu Lily and said, I'm afraid that if I use my attack, you won't be able to play anymore. His aura suddenly became strong, and he didn't look as embarrassed as before. After the short man finished speaking, he raised his hands, and the fog around his body suddenly spread out like a poisonous fog with him as the center. Furthermore, the white mist gradually turned yellow. However, in Qiu Lily's eyes, she couldn't see any color. In her eyes, it was grayish-white. However, she could see that the fog was getting thicker. There was also a pungent smell coming from the fog, although she didn't sense any danger from it. Although she didn't feel that it was dangerous, it was obviously not something good. Just when Qiu Lily felt that the fog was getting thicker and the range was getting bigger and bigger, suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, and she quickly dodged to the side. Bang! A silver light shot toward her from behind, along with the sound of a gunshot. Then, when she dodged, it brushed past her side. Qiu Lily could feel the strong, destructive power of the bullet. If she was hit, it would probably pierce a hole through her, the kind that couldn't be blocked even if she wanted to. Moreover, the other party used the white fog to spread and thicken to divert her attention. She didn't know when he sneaked behind her and used this kind of weapon to attack her. What was even more unexpected was that the other party actually took out a weapon that could threaten her. You actually dodged it. I didn't know that your perception was so strong. You actually didn't get confused by the poisonous gas in my poisonous fog. Not bad. Why don't you not stay in this small base? Come back to Huaxiao with me. You'll get better treatment than here. The short man stood on the top of a tall building behind Qiu Lily and looked at Qiu Lily seriously. Qiu Lily floated in the air, and her whole body was burning with flames. She frowned and sneered disdainfully. Who wants to go to your bullshit, Huaxiao? Xikong Chen doesn't deserve to be a Huaxiao person at all. Let him die. As she spoke, she suddenly waved her hand, and a red fire dragon rushed out from the sparks around her, pouncing towards the short man with its claws and fangs bared. The short man immediately leaped up and a thick layer of fog surged out from his body again. Every time one of them escaped from the battlefield and tried to run away, Zhang Xian's eyes widened. A black shadow would suddenly appear in the darkness, then silently pouncing down from behind that person with flashing claws and a mouthful of sharp teeth. Oh! Another level 6 paranormal was pounced on by a 3-meter-long panther with a 3-meter-long tail, and a large black panther pounced on him and killed him. Pooey, the big black leopard, spat and thought about how it had bitten so many people tonight. Would show Lily complain about his foul mouth. But when he instinctively pounced on his prey, he wanted to bite it. By the time he reacted, his mouth was already full of blood. Chapter 1277. At this time, the group of Huaxia people on the outskirts of Haicheng, who should have taken action, did not move at this time. Instead, they stayed where they were, discussing a situation they had just discovered. Are you sure this is true? Why would Wu Qingyue put the 2 children in that small base? Isn't it safer in Haicheng? The man in the field uniform looked at another man in puzzlement. The man he was looking at had some beard on his chin. He said, "This is what I have inquired, but I haven't been able to find the 2 children in Haicheng. I suspect that Wu Qiangyue sent the 2 children to this base because he has sent them many times before. And in the past 6 months, even if his son has not been born, his daughter has often been sent to the base. He didn't let his most trusted Xiao Yunlong and Mengyu look after them." The man in the field uniform crossed his arms in front of his chest and bowed his head in thought. Even if we can't find the aura of the 2 kids in the whole of Haicheng, we can't be sure that they have gone to another base, right? After all, Haicheng is so big. It's easy to hide 2 children. Should we send someone to inform the captain and see if he has found anything? The bearded man said after thinking for a while. The man in the field uniform asked him, "What should we do next?" The bearded man rubbed his beard with his hand and said in a low voice, "Since the mission information doesn't match, we can give up this mission. After all, although there are not many people in Haicheng with strength, they still have a lot of people. We haven't determined the target, so there's no need to really fight with them. It's better to help the captain finish the mission at the base first." The man in the field uniform looked at the others present and asked, "What do you think?" "I agree. Agree. Agree." The others nodded in response, indicating that they would do as the bearded man said. "Okay, since you've agreed, let's immediately move to the base." The man in the field uniform immediately made a decision and nodded. Then they immediately turned around and began to gather their own people. After that, they got into the car and moved to the base. At this time, the base was already in a fierce battle. Elmar, who had been hiding in another direction to intercept, turned around and quietly sneaked toward another nearby ability user who was preparing to escape. This level 5 paranormal was glad that there were no pursuers behind him and there was no one around. Thinking that he must have escaped for the time being, he was about to heave a sigh of relief. In the end, a transparent figure silently snuck up to the tree behind him and jumped down. 2 claws pierced through the top of his head. Puffed! Before the man could hear the scream, his expression froze. "Gotcha!" Elmar lifted his skull and fished out a grade 5 energy crystal core from a pile of red and white brain matter. TSK, the energy cores of metahumans seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She took the energy core and wiped it on the corpse. She looked at the energy inside the core and showed a look of disgust. She frowned and put it into her zippered pocket. Then, she looked up and jumped to the top of a tall building. She then looked around to see if there was anyone else who wanted to escape. She was on one side, and Lin Kuei was on the other. On the other side was the direction of the base, so the Chinese people were trapped in a triangular position. Of course, there were not only 2 level 7 zombies blocking the way, there was also a group of level 6 and level 5 zombies waiting. Not long after, except for the short man who was the strongest, the others were cleaned up one after another. Bang, bang, bang dash, the short man fired 3 shots at Chiu Lily's fire dragon. Boom dash, then he saw Chiu Lily's huge fire dragon suddenly explode. His bullets could actually detonate Chiu Lily's energy. Chiu Lily's fire dragon was actually destroyed by his gun. Her expression immediately became unhappy. Her little face puffed up as she pouted and snorted. She waved her hand and released another fire dragon, but this fire dragon came in contact with the energy of a fire ability. Whoosh whoosh, the huge fire dragon charged toward the short man at an even faster speed than before with a gust of wind. This was not the end. Chiu Lily waved her hand left and right again. Immediately, 4 or 5 similar fire dragons appeared and rushed toward the man. The short man did not panic. Instead, he calmly dodged and continued to persuade her. Calm down and think about what I just said. There are only so many people in this base, and they rely on Haicheng to survive. You are only a level 7 paranormal, so you are at a disadvantage here. What can that woman give you? What she can give, China can give you, and it's double. As he spoke, he waved a thick fog with one hand and shot at the fire dragons with the other. Boom, boom, boom dash. His every shot was very accurate, directly destroying 4 of Chiu Lily's fire dragons. As for the remaining one, he disappeared into the dense fog in a flash, and the fire dragon immediately lost its target. Chiu Lily could not sense the direction of his breath, so she could only control the fire dragon to fly in the air. Just as she lost her target, a figure suddenly flashed behind her on a tall building, raised a gun, and shot at her back. Bang! The moment the gunshot sounded, the bullet flew at a rapid speed and was less than 2 meters away from Chiu Lily's back. Roar dash! At this time, an angry beast suddenly roared from behind the short man. The short man suddenly turned around. A huge black shadow of a beast swung its claws that gleamed with a cold light and pounced towards him. He hurriedly threw himself to the ground and rolled away, dodging the beast's shadow. Whoosh! The beast missed, then fell to the ground with a gust of wind. Then it turned its head, and a pair of vertical eyes stared at him. But the big black panther only stared at him for a second, then turned its head to look at Chiu Lily in the sky. At this time, Chiu Lily was still standing in the air, then pointed at the short man and shouted at the black panther. "What are you looking at me for? Bite him." Seeing that Chiu Lily was fine, the black panther immediately turned around and swung its long black tail at the short man. Even if the other side wanted a sneak attack from behind, Chiu Lily's reaction was not slow. Therefore, she dodged sideways without any surprise and avoided the bullet. But the scene of the bullet hitting her back was seen by Lin Kuei, who came to help, and he was shocked. Chapter 1278. Looking at the big black panther that suddenly appeared, the short man retreated to a safe distance and said in surprise, "Huh, you can train mutant beasts? Not bad, but I don't know if it can withstand my poisonous mist." Saying that, the short man waved in Lin Kuei's direction, and a thick yellow mist was released. Logically speaking, regardless of whether it was humans or mutant beasts, his poison mist ability would have an obvious effect. But soon he was surprised to find that the black panther calmly walked out of his poisonous mist. Then it bared its teeth at him, growled in a low voice, and leaped towards him. Ow! Impossible! Looking at the big black panther leaping up, the short man's expression changed. He stared at him in disbelief, while not forgetting to keep a distance from Lin Kuei. Roar dash! The black panther leaped towards him lightly, landed on the edge of the roof, and stared at him. It was looking for the best time to attack. So, it's a level 7 mutant beast. No wonder it didn't react to my poisonous mist. The short man stared at Lin Kuei up close, only to find that the black panther's breath was not weaker than his. Looking at a level 7 dual ability user on one side and a level 7 mutant beast on the other, the short man had to be cautious, and his expression became much more serious. "What's going on?" "Lily, it's fine if you can't handle him alone, but why can't you handle him with 2 people?" At this time, Elmar appeared on the roof of the stairwell behind the short man and asked in confusion. His mist is a bit special, and the weapon in his hand is very powerful. The opponent's mist could hide his breath and figure, and the gun could also dissipate her level 7 ability attack. It was not a simple weapon. Although Chiu Lily did not want to admit it, it was the truth. As long as the opponent's weapon was still there, the ability attack would not have any effect on him. She could only use close-range attacks to deal with him. But her abilities were all long-range attacks, and as a neat freak, she was not willing to use her claws to attack the enemy unless it was a critical moment. In that case, I'll deal with him. After Elmar understood what Xiao Lily meant, her figure immediately disappeared. After seeing Elmar appear, the short man's face turned ugly. Who was the one who said that apart from the female leader, there was only one other level 7 Arcanist in this base? He seemed to have said it himself before. But where did these rank 7 Arcanists come from? How could a small base like this have the ability to keep these rank 7 metahumans? Moreover, Elmar's appearance gave him a premonition of danger. She was also a perceptive type, and when she appeared behind him just now, he didn't sense it at all. This meant that the other party had some kind of skill that could avoid his Esper perception. It was the same type as him. After Elmar said that to the short man, she disappeared. The short man immediately felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a beast. You have to get rid of the weapon in his hand first. Xiao Lily shouted in the direction of Shorty. Then, she retreated a distance away and started watching the battle. When Elmar disappeared, Lin Kuei also leaped off the roof of the building and sat down to watch the battle like Xiao Lily. Not long after, Lin Feng also appeared to watch the battle. The short man saw that he was surrounded by 3 level 7 Arcanists and a level 7 mutant beast. He had no chance of winning at all. Even if he had the latest weapon developed by China, his chances were not high. He pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he was already planning how to escape. This time, he was really going to retreat, and not like before, to lure the enemy into a false retreat. Just as he was cautiously looking left and right, ready to be ambushed, Elmar, who was invisible, was crawling on the ground. Her entire body had begun to transform into a beast, and her hands and legs had turned into claws covered in scales. Hard, sharp thorns grew from the joints of her forearms. Her tail was curled up into a circle, and she slowly crawled towards him. The short man kept a close eye on his surroundings while continuously releasing his mist. His mist also caused Elmar to lose track of his aura. Seeing the thick mist covering the top of her body, Elmar immediately stopped crawling. She did not know if the strange mist could detect her in her invisible state, but she heard from Xiao Lily that her mist was a little special, so Elmar had to be more cautious before acting. The entire roof was quickly covered by a thick layer of mist, so thick that one could not even see their own fingers. The short man's figure blended into the thick mist and disappeared without a trace. Elmar stayed where she was for a while, waiting to see if the poisonous mist had any effect on her. The short man quietly changed his position in the thick mist, desperately trying to detect the existence of Elmar. But at the same time, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the other party. He wanted to spread the thick mist more and more, and when it could cover a few miles around here, he would have a chance to escape. It would take some time for his mist to spread to such a large range, and he could not be discovered by the other party during the process. And the important thing was that now his mist could not detect the existence of the enemy at all. But he knew that the other party was in his mist. In the thick mist, the short man could sense the enemy's aura and position through the airflow and touching the enemy's body, but at this time, it did not work. So after the two sides were not sure of each other's position, one lay quietly in place, and the other moved around silently. One was moving, and the other was quiet. Of course, for the others watching the battle outside, there was only a thick mist in front of them, and they could not see anything. Hey, tell me, what hatred do you have with that woman? On the other side, Yu Shaoxian, who had already cleaned up the battlefield, followed behind Jing Yan. She could not hold back her curiosity, so she could only chase after Jing Yan and ask her. Although the number of human beings had been reduced by 90%, there were still millions of people in several bases. So this time, it was such a coincidence that they met an enemy among the invading enemies. It was fate. Jing Yan looked at her grumpily. Why are you so curious? Were you a reporter before? Yu Shaoxian looked at her in surprise. Huh? How did you know? Jing Yan was stunned, then looked at her speechlessly. I just guessed. No way. Were you really a reporter before? Chapter 1279. Yu Shaoxian shrugged and said to her, "What's so strange about that? Don't worry about me. What's the relationship between you and that woman?" Jingyan looked at her and was silent for a few seconds. Then she asked her question, "How did you die?" Yu Shaoxian was stunned for a moment when she was asked this question. Then she sighed and said in a slightly depressed tone, "Me? I was used as a meat shield to block the zombies and was pushed into the zombie horde." Jingyan found a flat stone and sat down. Then she said, "I'm different from you. That woman was actually my cousin. It was because of her that I became a zombie." Yu Shaoxian nodded. "Oh, relatives? Then what? How did you become a zombie because of her?" Jing Yan's eyes became cold, and she said, "You were pushed into the middle of the zombie horde, and I was secretly smeared with the zombie's blood when I was injured. Then I slowly became cold and became a zombie." "Is it that woman just now?" Yu Shaoxian asked her curiously. Jing Yan shook her head. "No, she was just the person who secretly ordered it. It was someone else who did it." Yu Shaoxian said, "Wow, so you killed her so easily? Did you vent your hatred? If I had known earlier, I would have caught her alive, then tortured her and killed her to vent my hatred. But isn't she your cousin? Why did she let others harm you? The relationship between the two of you has already deteriorated to such an extent." Although she asked this, she had probably guessed a few possibilities in her heart. If it wasn't for food, it was probably for men. Otherwise, that woman wouldn't have done such a thing in secret. Jing Yan shook her head. "My relationship with her was just SOSO. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. After the disaster came, because I awakened my superpower first, I protected her and her family at first. At first, they protected her and her family while they searched for a survival camp. But later, they met another group of people. There was a man in that group who was also a paranormal, and he was the strongest. The woman fell in love with that man, but the man didn't like her. That man fell for you, didn't he?" Listening to her, Yu Shaoxian could almost guess the next plot. That woman fell in love with that man, but that man fell in love with her cousin, Jing Yan. As time went by, she started to feel jealous of her cousin, Jing Yan. In this post-apocalyptic world, family and friendship were all made of plastic. You'll break it in minutes. In fact, the reason that the woman had taken a fancy to the man was because she wanted the man's position to protect her own position in the post-apocalyptic world. Because Jing Yan said that the man was the strongest at that time, he must be a leader. It was easy to imagine the benefits of following a man who led an entire team. So after that man fell in love with Jing Yan, her cousin started to hate her. He must have found a chance to attack her at the very last moment. When Jing Yan heard what she said, she fell silent and didn't say anything. Yu Shaoxian asked curiously, "Do you still know anything about that man? Is it in Huaxia?" This woman was from Huaxia, which meant that the people from that team had gone to the Huaxia survival base. Jing Yan was silent for a few seconds, then said, "He's dead." Yu Shaoxian looked at her in surprise. "You even went to investigate? It seems that you have feelings for that man." "Don't talk about me, what about you? You've recovered your memory. Haven't you thought about finding those people who pushed you into the zombies to take revenge?" Jing Yan didn't want to talk about that man with her. That man was already dead, and he didn't even have the chance to become a zombie. He was entangled to death by a mutant plant, and in the end, even his body became the plant's nourishment. So there was no point in talking about it now. Yu Shaoxian sighed and said, "I said I didn't want to find him. It must be a lie. There's still no news. I'm waiting. They'd better be alive, so I can find a chance to slowly kill them. Let them taste the fear of being bitten to death by countless zombies." When she said the last sentence, she suddenly laughed sinisterly. Jing Yan suddenly looked her up and down and asked her, "But weren't you pushed into zombies? Why don't I see any injuries on your body and face?" Yu Shaoxian sighed again and said, "Yes, you didn't see Jin Zhuoyang's body. At that time, the zombie's attack was blocked by him. Fortunately, his face wasn't too badly damaged." Jin Zhuoyang was the male zombie who followed Qiu Lily with her, and was also her partner. When the two of them were pushed into the zombies, Jin Zhuoyang protected her under his body, and then because of Qiu Lily's timely appearance, those zombies were driven away. The two of them didn't end up in the worst situation but turning into zombies was unavoidable at that time. Still haven't found the traces of the other party? Which survival base did you go to? Jing Yin asked her curiously. Yu Shaoxian said, at that time we went to the Earth Dragon base. Now the Earth Dragon base has been destroyed. The survivors in the base have already been scattered to other bases. Jing Yin nodded. That's a bit difficult to find, and you only recovered your memory in this half a year. If you can meet the current leader earlier and get your memory back earlier, maybe it will be easier to find. Yu Shaoxian nodded. She stood up and said, let's go see what's going on with that hard bone that even Lily and the others haven't been able to bite off. Jing Yin turned her head and sensed the breath of Chiu Lily and the others, and found that although the breath of the person from China had disappeared, Chiu Lily and the others were still in the same place. This meant that the person was not dead yet. Also, Elmar's breath had disappeared, but it was probably not because she was killed, but because she went into stealth mode. With this, they knew that the person over there had not been killed yet. Well, for level 7 metahumans, but they still couldn't kill a level 7 metahuman. It seemed that the leader was also very special. Jing Yin also stood up, and the two of them turned around and flashed towards the battlefield. At this time, Elmar and the short man were in a deadlock on the roof. Both sides were testing each other's breath. As the fog thickened, the short man began to slowly move towards the edge of the building, trying to see if he could take the opportunity to slip away. After lying down for a while, Elmar realized that the other party could not sense her in the fog and slowly began to move. Are the two of them playing hide and seek in there? It's been so long, and there's no movement at all. Chiu Lily murmured curiously and also stared at the fog, trying to find the figure of the short man. But even if she had night vision, all she could see was a white fog, and she could not see anyone. Chapter 1280. The two people in the white fog used their invisibility skills, like two blind people trying to feel each other's breath. The short man was slowly moving towards the edge, and Elmar was originally at the edge. The two of them moved around without a plan, but they didn't think that they would end up in the same place. Elmar was slowly crawling, and suddenly a foot stepped on one of her front paws. The two of them stopped at the same time, and time seemed to stop. Elmar silently turned her head and stared at the other person's foot. Sorry, you stepped on me. The short man's mind was filled with thousands of alpacas. Fuck, is it too late for me to take my foot back now? Although there were a lot of thoughts in his mind, in the next second, Elmar suddenly jumped up and pounced toward the other person. Her whole body also appeared, and her sharp claws instantly grabbed toward the other person's stomach and throat. The short man's reaction was also very fast, but his movement was a bit slower than Elmar's. Seeing that it was too late to avoid the other person's claws, he could only reflexively use his hands to block the other person's claws. Pooh dash! After Elmar caught the other person, she was also kicked by the other person. She bent her knee to block the other person's foot, but at the same time, her body was kicked backwards. Pooh dash! Elmar's body and the horse's tail were knocked backwards, and she nimbly twisted her body and landed on the ground after a wave of air fluctuations. When she raised her head, she lost sight of the short man again. But she didn't get angry. Instead, she happily licked the blood on her claws. Very good, she was scratched by her. Then just wait to be turned into a zombie. The level 7 Zombie King's virus took effect very quickly. Just in the blink of an eye, the fog on the roof began to quickly dissipate. After only 3 seconds, the short man's figure appeared. He squatted on one leg under the fence at the edge of the roof, one hand covering the other injured forearm, and looked at his wound with a panicked expression. Bright red blood flowed out of the wound, but in the dark night, the original color couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, the short man clearly felt a cold chill spreading from the wound to his entire body. Just now, he could already feel the blood, muscles, and even the bones in his hands turning cold. Your claws are poisonous. He abruptly turned his head and stared at Elmarch. After letting out a cry of surprise, he suddenly used his uninjured hand to search his body a few times. Then, he took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket, opened the lid, and poured it into his mouth. Elmar stood up, her tail wagging behind her. She sneered. Do you think this is just an ordinary poison? The antidote is useless. After taking the medicine, the short man found that his whole body was still cold, and it wasn't just his hands that were cold. His 2 shoulders and chest began to shiver, making it hard for him to breathe. He gasped for breath and realized that the condition of his body did not improve. Instead, it was getting worse. He couldn't help but shake his head and murmur in panic. Impossible! Impossible! The antidote, developed by China, can temporarily suppress most poisons, except for the zombie virus and the poison carried by the underground creatures. It's impossible that it has no effect. Although China's antidote couldn't cure all poisons, it could temporarily suppress the effects of the poison. It was developed by a group of top medical experts in China. It could be said to be a very precious antidote. It was unique to China, especially for level 7 paranormals like them. As long as the antidote could suppress the poison, they could use their paranormal energy to slowly force the poison out or suppress the poison together. At least they wouldn't have to worry about death. It was because the effect of the previous test was good, but now it didn't work on him. This made the short man panic. Not to mention the effect of the antidote. Even his own energy began to not listen to him. His body became colder and colder, causing him to unconsciously shrink into a ball. Even the gun in his hand was thrown to the ground, and he didn't have the mood to care. Elmar turned back into her human form, but when she transformed, her sleeves and the bottom of her pants were torn. She did not respond to his words, but her figure directly disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Elmar disappeared, the short man immediately became vigilant. But his condition was not good enough. He couldn't even release his paranormal, let alone Elmar, who he couldn't see. But as a level 7 paranormal, he didn't lose his sense of danger. A chill ran down his spine all the way to the back of his head, causing him to subconsciously jump out and roll to the other side without knowing which direction he was going. Whoosh! Elmar's figure appeared and pounced on his original position. She waved her claws and stopped, turned around to look at him, and then disappeared. He can still dodge Elmar's attack like this. It seems that this guy from China has some skills. Yu Shaoxian couldn't help but sigh when she saw the short man dodge Elmar's attack while she was invisible. So what? He won't live for long anyway. He's already infected with the zombie virus, Jing Yin said indifferently. Elmar wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to exhaust this level 7 paranormal and see how long he could last under her virus. The zombie virus had spread throughout his body under his movement. The cold feeling was as if he was walking in the air with his clothes off, and the temperature was tens of degrees below zero. The short man's steps became more unstable. He leaned against the wall on the other side and kept moving forward. He turned his head and stared in Elmar's direction, trying to distance himself from her. He knew that he was going to die here. Even if he could escape from the short-haired girl, the other enemies around him wouldn't let him go so easily. Just as he was holding on to the fence and moving forward, he turned his head and stared at Elmar. He suddenly thought of something and had an idea. That's right. The antidote he drank could suppress any virus except for the zombie virus and the poison carried by the underground creatures. But it didn't work now. Did that mean that the poison was the zombie virus? He thought of Elmar's attack and thought that he was a natural beast paranormal. But now that he thought about it, her attack was similar to that of a zombie. And the key was her nails. And she was wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. Are you not human? Ah! He just realized this and stared at Elmar in shock. But before he could finish his sentence, there was nothing under his feet. He could only watch helplessly as he fell straight down from the hole in the encirclement that had been blown up long ago. If he remembered correctly, this building should be more than 20 stories high. Elmar. Chapter 1281. Bang! Everyone was speechless when they saw the short man fall from the side of the building. With an indescribable expression on her face, Elmar moved closer to the gap at the edge of the building and peeked down. Xiao Lily said, "He didn't just fall to his death, did he?" Lin Kuei sat down and said, Elmar's zombie virus completely suppressed his ability, and he was a little shocked when he fell. I'm not sure, Lin Feng said, cough Mingming. What's going on? Elmar looked down and then turned around. Speechless, she spread her hands and said, he's dead. The body of the man below smashed onto the concrete floor, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The sweet smell of blood was strong, but the smell of the man was gone. Everyone was speechless. It was an embarrassing way to die. Elmar jumped down. She sensed the body up close, and sure enough, he was dead. She looked at his head that had been smashed open, then looked left and right before picking up a stick. He then rummaged through the skull that had already been smashed and picked out a shining level 7 energy core. Soon, Lin Feng and the others landed on the ground and looked at her. Although it is said that the bodies of ability users are very strong, this fall from tens of meters high just happened to hit the head. Without the protection of energy and being unable to control one's own body, a level 7 ability user could indeed fall to his death. After all, without his ability, a superhuman is just an ordinary person. Lin Feng looked at the body on the ground. His head was smashed, and his energy core was taken. He couldn't even turn into a zombie this time. Qiu Lily was holding the weapon that the short man used. No one knew when she picked it up, but their weapons are getting more and more powerful. It seems that if they continue to develop, in a few years, Huaxia's strength will really be able to dominate all the major bases in the country. She turned the gun over and over in her hand and said with a serious expression. Lin Feng squatted down and searched the short man's body. He took all the weapons and confiscated them. Everyone thought that their mission was complete and they were ready to turn around and go back. However, just as they turned around and took a few steps, they all stopped in their tracks. Then, they glanced at each other before disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next second, they collectively appeared on top of a tall building and looked in the direction of Sea City. Aren't these people going to attack Sea City? Why did they suddenly change locations? Did they change their plans? Lin Feng frowned slightly as he stared into the distance in the dark night. Elmar snorted coldly. Who cares? If they dare to come, then let them send their heads to us. There are only a few hundred of them anyway. Qiu Lily narrowed her eyes and said unhappily, they are so annoying. Elmar turned around and shouted to the group of zombies that appeared out of nowhere, prepare to move again. This time, it's our turn to attack. We don't need to wait for them to come. Do you really think we're easy to bully? You're coming in groups after groups. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily disappeared. Elmar turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Do you want to go? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I'll stay. Anyway, they're just 2 level 7 zombies. I believe you guys don't need my help. Oh, that's it then. Just wait for our good news. Elmar nodded her head when she heard him say so. She leaped up and disappeared. As the 3 level 7 zombies left, the surrounding zombies also flashed to follow them. Very soon, everyone was gone, and the night wind blew with strange cries. At this time, Lin Xiao and Wu Changyue, who were in China, were in the space with the 2 children in Lin Xiao's bedroom in the small building. The 2 children who were supposed to be asleep were still awake, especially Tung Tung, who had a serious expression on his face. Can't you see what the problem is? Will there be any unexpected situations in the future? Seeing little Tung Tung's expression, Wu Qingyue's expression also became worried. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa. Lin Xiao was sitting on the sofa, and Wu Yueling was lying on her lap with her eyes closed. Lin Xiao's hand moved from her head to her back, as if she was stroking a cat, but her eyes were fixed on Tung Tung, who was sitting in Wu Qingyue's arms. Compared to Wu Qingyue and his son, Lin Xiao was calm. She said, according to my hunch, even if there's a problem, it shouldn't be now. Anyway, this body isn't mine, so it's normal for there to be a problem now. Tung Tung crossed his 2 short hands in front of his chest, frowning and thinking about something. After hearing Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao's words, he came back to his senses. He said hesitantly, since Mama can feel it, it should be about the same. But from my point of view, it's actually good for Mama. But the premise is that Mama has to survive the unknown situation. Wu Qingyue looked down at him in confusion. Why? Do you feel anything? Tung Tung suddenly let out a long sigh. I can't sense Mama's body clearly now, but I have a rough guess. It's because this body wasn't Mama's, so Mama's consciousness and spiritual power didn't completely integrate into this body from the beginning. That is to say, Mama didn't completely control it. Now, that Mama's zombie level has increased, it actually means that the strength of this body has also increased. This body is a zombie, and her zombie-like nature hasn't completely disappeared. Hearing such a long string of words, Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue immediately had a feeling of awakening. Lin Xiao said, "You mean the strength of this body has become stronger? Its nature, that is, its autonomous instinct, wants to wake up and then compete with me for the control of this body?" Tung Tung thought for a moment and nodded, but soon shook his head. More or less. Well, it shouldn't be as simple as competing with you. It might eat you. Hearing his answer, Lin Xiao didn't know what to say for a while. However, Wu Qingyue was more concerned about other issues. You mean the instinct in her body now wants to eat Lin Xiao as her strength becomes stronger? Then, if it succeeds, will your mama? Tung Tung raised his head and looked at Lin Xiao. Mama may no longer be Mama. Lin Xiao nodded and said thoughtfully, that is to say, I will lose my consciousness and reason and become a zombie without humanity, right? Chapter 1282. Lin Xiao's words made Wu Qingyue's face sink. Tung Ting also nodded with a gloomy expression. That's about it. But your body's nature hasn't completely awakened yet. It will slowly wake up, and it needs a process. It may not be too serious at first. So as long as you can suppress it as much as possible, Mama, you won't become a zombie. But this is not a long-term solution, is it? No matter how I suppress it, in the end, I will only encounter a greater rebound. At that time, I don't know if I can suppress it. Lin Xiao knew what Tung Ting wanted to express in the last words, so she directly opened her mouth and said. Tung Ting pursed his lips and did not say anything, but his eyes had already shown that Lin Xiao was right. Although this is all my intuition, it's probably like this. Although he only roughly guessed it, don't forget that his intuition was very accurate. Thinking of Lin Xiao becoming a zombie without reason and humanity, Tung Ting felt sad. Wu Qingyue's expression was also very gloomy, but he still remembered what Tung Ting had just said. But Tung Ting, you just said that this is still good for Lin Xiao. What's going on? Do you mean that if she could defeat the zombie instinct in her body, this body will completely belong to her? According to Tung Ting, the instinct awakened by this body becoming a zombie was the instinct of a zombie. Maybe there were some obsessions and thoughts of Lu Tianyu in it. Tung Ting nodded repeatedly. Well, as long as Mama can defeat the nature of this body, then of course this body will belong to Mama. I can feel that Mama has half a chance of survival in the current crisis, and it's not completely bad. Hearing what he said, both Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue were slightly relieved. The two not only looked up at each other, but also at the children in each other's arms at the same time. After glancing at Wu Yueling, Wu Qingyue stared deeply at Lin Xiao. Then he lowered his head and touched Tung Ting's head and said firmly to him, "Don't worry, Daddy is here. Daddy won't let anything happen to your Mama. I will definitely find a way to help her get rid of the instinct in her body." Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you say that there was still a 50% chance of survival? That means that I also have a great chance. And for you, I won't let myself disappear into this body." Although little Tung Ting didn't say what would happen to her soul consciousness if Lin Xiao failed in the end and the zombie instincts of this body awakened. However, except for Wu Yueling, who did not understand what they were talking about, everyone knew that if Lin Xiao failed, she would never wake up from another person's body again. Wu Yueling did not understand what they meant by instinct and nature, but she could feel that her papa and Tung Ting's expressions were very heavy. She also realized that her new Mama had probably encountered something bad. Although she realized it, she didn't know what to do. Therefore, he could only lie on Lin Xiao's lap and hug her thigh. In his heart, He was hoping that Mama would get better soon. Get better soon? Wu Chengyue hugged little Tung Tung and said, I believe that your mama is not that weak. She can defeat the zombie instinct of that body. Even if you're suppressed by the opponent for the time being, your mama won't disappear so easily, right? With that, he looked at little Tung Tung and asked the last question. Little Tung Tung hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Mama is the best. Wu Chengyue touched his head and said, Okay, go to sleep. Tomorrow you will be separated from me temporarily. Sleep with Papa and Mama tonight. Okay? The four of us will sleep here, and the bed is just big enough. Glancing at Lin Xiao's spacious bed, Wu Chengyue smiled and stood up with little Tung Tung, then walked over to the bed. Sleep together. Sleep together. Hearing Wu Chengyue's words, the most excited one was not little Tung Tung. It was Wu Yueling who was on Lin Xiao's lap. She suddenly bounced up from Lin Xiao's lap. Then her little face beamed, and she kept saying these 3 words happily. Looking at her cute look, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and pat her head. Okay, let's sleep together. Wu Yueling immediately turned around happily and ran to the bed, then quickly kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed. She always remembered the idea of sleeping with her father and Mama, but because her Mama didn't sleep at all, she had never realized it. Lin Xiao looked at her with a smile. How much do you want to sleep with us? With that, she stood up, turned around, and walked to the bathroom. You two go to bed first. We'll take a bath first and then sleep with you. Wu Chengyue immediately smiled. Do you want to take a bath together? It saves time and water. Lin Xiao looked back at him. Go away. Do I need to save water? Seeing Lin Xiao enter the bathroom and close the door, Wu Chengyue regretfully put little Tung Tung on the bed. He looked at the two of them and asked, When do you think I can give you another younger sister or brother? Wu Yueling's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that there was going to be another brother or brother. Little Tung Tung's big watery eyes showed a look of disdain to Wu Chengyue. Let's not talk about Mama's body without my help. Can you still make another person? At your current speed, your intimacy is still far behind. Papa, you have to work harder to have this possibility. With that, he turned over on the bed and then rolled around and crawled on the whole big bed. It was more comfortable to crawl on the bed. As soon as little Tung Tung touched the bed, he immediately climbed from one corner of the bed to the other. Wu Chengyue turned over the quilt and said to him helplessly, Okay, can you stop? Are you a puppy? Crawl everywhere. Lie down and sleep. If I'm a puppy, then you're a big dog. Little Tung Tung didn't stop. Instead, he crawled back to him. Wu Chengyue. This kid was so little. How could he be so smart? He was really worthy of being his son. Okay, I'm a big dog. Can you stop? Get into the quilt. Learn from your sister. Look how obedient your sister is. Looking at his son who was still crawling around, Wu Chengyue could only respond casually. Then he pointed to Wu Yueling, who had consciously crawled into the quilt. Little Tung Tung knew when to stop. Anyway, he had already crawled a few laps. Only then did he stop. Looking at Wu Yueling sleeping in the middle, he was stunned. Ah, no way. Such a good opportunity. And you still want us to sleep between you? Dad, are you stupid? Wu Chengyue. Chapter 1283. When Lin Xiao came out, she saw that the two children were sleeping on the innermost side of the wall, while Wu Chengyue was sleeping on the outermost side. There was a large gap between him and the two children, obviously reserved for her. She silently glanced at Wu Chengyue, then turned to look at the two children who were pretending to be asleep. Then she opened her mouth and said, What do you mean? Am I going to sleep in the middle? Wu Chengyue lay on the side and looked at her with a smile. He even patted the space in the middle and asked her, Are you going to absorb energy cores to cultivate again tonight, and then lie in bed with you for a few days and nights? Lin Xiao reminded him of what happened last time. Wu Chengyue just smiled innocently and said, Who knew that would happen? Didn't you agree to let me sleep on the bed? It's inevitable that the two of us will feel each other's body when we sleep together. How can you blame me? Lin Xiao still had a towel on her head. She walked to the side of the bed while drying her hair and looked down at him. Is it my fault? Enough, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and take your shower. Wu Chengyue was chased out of the bed by her and had to go into the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at the men's nightgown that was already prepared, he felt a bit regretful. This way, he couldn't go out with a towel wrapped around his waist and pretend to ask for clothes, when in fact, he wanted to show off his figure. Lin Xiao sat on the side of the bed and dried her hair. Before she was halfway done, Wu Qingyue had already finished his shower. What do you think Xikong Chen's reaction will be when he receives the news tomorrow? She suddenly remembered that the people Xikong Chen sent were going to take action tonight, but if nothing unexpected happened, her base would be completely wiped out. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, I think when he appears tomorrow, his face will be darker, and he might look at you with a hint of murderous intent. Ha! So angry that you don't even want to hide your eyes? Lin Xiao tilted her head and kept wiping her long hair as she looked at him and replied. Wu Qingyue, who was walking over, shrugged and raised his eyebrows at her. In any case, he didn't plan to let you come out alive when he sent people down this time. In his eyes, you're already dead. With that said, he walked to Lin Xiao's side and naturally reached out to take the towel in her hand. Then, he stood there and skillfully wiped her hair. Lin Xiao was stunned by his action. Then, she silently looked up at him a few times before she lowered her eyes and let him rub her head gently. She didn't need to dry her hair completely. After all, she wasn't a human. She wasn't afraid of headaches the next day if she didn't dry her hair. But she couldn't just lie on the bed with her hair all wet. Wu Qingyue's action of wiping her hair was a habit he had developed from frequently wiping Wu Yueling's hair. Lin Xiao let him wipe her. At first, she was not used to it, but after a while, she relaxed. Although her body didn't have much of a reaction to pain, there were some other subtle reactions. For example, when she was wiping her hair, she clearly didn't feel anything when she was wiping her hair. However, with the addition of another pair of hands, she felt a little more comfortable. Could it be a psychological effect? One of them wiped her hair gently according to his habit, while the other sat quietly and enjoyed the comfortable feeling brought by the other person's hands on her head. For a moment, both of them fell into silence. Tung Tung, who was on the side, secretly narrowed one eye and glanced at them. Then, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Okay, that's enough. After feeling that the water droplets were almost dry, Lin Xiao tilted her head and left Wu Qingyue's hand. Then, she raised her hand and took the towel from his hand. She stood up and walked to the bathroom to put the towel in before coming out. After lying on the bed, Lin Xiao pulled the quilt for the two children and lay down. Behind her, Wu Qingyue also quickly lay down. Seeing Lin Xiao lying on her side with her back to him, he didn't hesitate to go upstairs. Although he didn't hesitate, he was a little nervous. He was afraid that Lin Xiao would suddenly make a sound or directly remove his hand. But soon, he realized that after 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Xiao didn't move. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lin Xiao looked back at him, but her body didn't move. She could completely feel that he was happy because she allowed him to hug her. She couldn't help but feel a subtle warmth in her heart, as well as an ethereal feeling. The next day, there were still a few hours before the group went to the underground cave. After a morning of final preparations, everyone gathered outside the south gate of the Huaxia base 2 hours before the start of the mission. The people on Lin Xiao's side were the people she brought this time. She looked at the group of people and said, I'm in charge of leading the Universal Base in Haicheng. There are a total of 20 people, 10 rank 6 arcanists and 10 rank 5 arcanists. Have you arranged the people you want to go down? Lan Lu was the first to speak. He said, I don't have enough people on my side, so I can only send 7 people. But I still need Chief Lu to take care of them during the operation. Thank you. As he said that, he raised his hand and beckoned behind him. A group of people came out with a big mutant dog. In addition to Lei Cheng, Zheng Hao, and Yi Yingwei, who Lin Xiao had met before, there were 4 unfamiliar arcanists. In addition to Lei Cheng, who was a rank 7 arcanist, Zheng Hao and Yi Yingwei were rank 6, and the other 4 were only rank 5. Lin Xiao smiled at him and said, "If there's a chance, of course I'll help you take care of them." A group of people also came out from the Black Dragon base. Du Kuanxing also smiled and said, "Since we're going to take care of each other, let's take care of each other. After all, unity is power." He had sent a lot of people, more than a dozen, and the leader seemed to be a rank 7 arcanist. But he should have just broken through rank 7, and his aura wasn't very strong. In addition, there were 5 or 6 rank 6 arcanists, and the rest were rank 5. Lin Xiao looked at the new rank 7 arcanist from the Black Dragon base, and then glanced at the rank 6 arcanists behind him. She looked at Du Kuanxing meaningfully and said, "It seems that the actual strength of the arcanists in the Black Dragon base isn't as weak as it seemed when Gao Haoyan was here." No wonder Du Kuanxing could lead the entire base to avoid the disaster brought by Mo Yen. His own strength wasn't just reflected in the level of his arcana. When Du Kuanxing heard what she said, he smiled and admitted, "That's because he and I don't get along very well." Just as they were about to send out people, Wei Haichao quietly appeared behind the silent Sikong Chun and whispered into his ear. Lin Xiao saw their small movements from the corner of her eye, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Sure enough, after a few seconds, she saw Sikong Chen's face turn black. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked in her direction. Lin Xiao also turned her head and looked at him. Sure enough, she saw a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 1284. Wu Chengyue moved to Lin Xiao's side and looked at the people in front of him. He whispered to her, "Looks like you received the news." Lin Xiao asked, "What's the situation? It should be similar to what we thought, right?" She knew that Wu Chengyue had also received the news. Looking at Sikong Chen's expression, she knew that it was not just a failure. Wu Chengyue's eyes drifted left and right. Then he smiled and said, "They were originally working on 2 sides, but then they gave up on Ocean City and moved to your side. In the end, Lin Feng and the others were 1 step ahead of them, so they were all harvested. A few hundred level 5 and level 6 energy cores and 3 level 7 ones were delivered to their doorstep. It was enough for Lin Xiao's army to increase their strength. Look at the people gathered here. There aren't many level 5 and level 6 metahumans. What's more, Sikong Chun sent more than 100 level 6 metahumans and a few hundred level 5 metahumans. They even lost 3 level 7 metahumans. It would be strange if they didn't die from anger." Wu Qingwei continued, "You reap what you sow. Who can you blame?" Lin Xiao snorted and coldly mocked. At this time, the people from the Meng tribe's base were also sent out. They had about the same number of people as Qingshan base, just 1 more person. 8. But there were no level 7 metahumans among the 8, 3 level 6 metahumans, and 5 level 5 metahumans. Seeing that almost all the bases had sent people out, everyone's eyes turned to Sikong Chen's direction. "Good, looks like everyone is here. I wonder how many people will China send?" Lan Lu asked Sikong Chen with a smile. From the looks of it, Black Dragon's base had the most people, more than a dozen. Ocean City was considered the 2nd largest base, but because of Lin Xiao's existence, Wu Chengyue only sent 10 people. After all, these 2 bases could be considered as one. With Lin Xiao, a level 8 metahuman, having more people was not a good thing. Sikong Chen's mood darkened when he heard Wei Haichao's words. Now that he heard Lan Lu's words, he raised his hands with a gloomy expression and clapped. Following which, a group of people walked out from behind them. The one leading them was a beautiful woman with long legs. As soon as she appeared, that gorgeous and charming face, and that perfect figure with a pair of straight long legs that was curvaceous in the front and the back was revealed. She attracted the attention of all the men present, and they all fixed their eyes on her. Xia Longyan slightly raised her chin and stood beside Sikong Chun with a confident smile. She put her hands on her waist and said loudly, "I'll take the lead, and he's my vice captain. 15 level 6 metahumans and 30 level 5 metahumans. A total of 47. My surname is Xia. You can call me Director Xia." As she spoke, she pointed to the man beside her. That was the vice captain of her team. She glanced around with a pair of charming eyes, and a seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The people who were originally staring at her from head to toe, especially at her chest and snow-white thighs, subconsciously swallowed their saliva when they heard her voice. The men who had been staring at her from head to toe, especially her chest and snow-white thighs, subconsciously swallowed when they heard her voice. After all, Xia Longyun was not only good-looking, but also had a great body and a seductive voice. Behind Xia Longyun was a group of team members dressed in camouflage uniforms. Every one of them was well-equipped and advanced, giving off a powerful aura. Behind Xia Longyun was a group of people wearing camouflage uniforms. They were all well-equipped and had a strong aura. Huaxiao really has a lot of people. They even have such a great beauty. Du Kunxing suddenly said with a smile. It couldn't be helped. He had always been interested in beautiful women. Xia Longyun only glanced at him indifferently, and then her eyes revealed a look of disdain. Then she quickly turned to look at Wu Chengyue and Lin Xiao, who was beside him. Si Gongchen coldly said, I've only sent these few people. Since we have the most people, we'll have to deal with them. Since we have the most people, we, Huaxia, will be the leader of this operation. After the operation, everyone else will have to listen to our orders. His words immediately made the expressions of the others change slightly, and they all revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Du Kunxing was the first to protest. Wait a minute, listen to your orders? There's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it before? Lan Lu also said with a smile, That's right. We didn't mention this in the previous meeting. Besides, why do we have more people to win? Why don't we talk about strength? Leader Lu may be from a small base, but she is a rank 8 arcanist. You want her to listen to your rank 7 arcanist? Aren't you thinking too much? He glanced at Xia Longyun, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he continued, Even if the universal base is a small base now, we still have to respect their strength. Otherwise, will you be responsible for the consequences? So what he meant was to tell Si Kongchun that although the universal base was small, their leader was a rank 8 arcanist. Don't you understand the principle of the strong being respected? If you make her unhappy, you can't do anything to her after she annihilates your Huaxia team, right? After all, they're still working closely with Sea City. His words immediately made Si Kongchen's gloomy face turn darker. We've never heard of this matter, and we didn't agree to it. Does Leader C have the confidence to think that others will listen to your arrangements when they go down? Wu Chengyue said with a smile at this time, but his smiling eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm afraid Leader C is treating us like fools. Can't you at least give us a reasonable reason? Besides, aren't we going to go our own ways if we cooperate this time? When did you say that we have to listen to the orders of the other party? Lin Xiao looked at Si Kongchun like he was looking at an idiot. He didn't know what this man was thinking by doing this at the last minute. There's no need to go our own ways. After all, the situation underground isn't safe. For safety's sake, I think it's safer for everyone to stay together. But there will definitely be different opinions when there are more people, so it's more efficient to follow the orders of one party. Si Kongchun said with a sullen face. No matter how you looked at it, his words sounded like he was doing it for everyone's good, but no one knew what he was secretly thinking. I don't think there's a need to stay together. After all, this is everyone's first time going down. No one knows what's down there, so it's better to rely on your own ability to find out the situation. Besides, who knows if the orders given by your beautiful leader are correct? Du Kunxing objected again. Chapter 1285. I'm sorry, I won't accept your request, and I won't move with your beautiful department head. Don't you know what our relationship is? I don't want to be dragged down by others. Lin Xiao said indifferently. She didn't even look at Xia Longyun when she spoke. She just looked at Si Kongchun with cold eyes. I agree with Leader Lu and Leader Du. There really isn't a need for so many people to stay together. The more people there are, the bigger the target. It might even attract more trouble. Wu Chengyue said with a smile to Si Kongchun with his hands behind his back. Lan Lu nodded in agreement and said, Although it said that it's safer to have more people, it might really attract some trouble when there are too many people. But if we have to listen to the arrangement, I think Leader Lu has the ability. After all, we've all seen Leader Lu's strength. We're not familiar with Miss Xia. His opinion was that it was fine for everyone to move together, but the leader had to be Lin Xiao. If it didn't work, then they'd go their separate ways. Seeing that everyone was against it, Si Kongqin's face sank and didn't say anything. After all, his face had been dark since before. Xia Longyun seemed very calm, and the smile on her face didn't change. She smiled and said, "Okay, since you guys don't agree, then we'll do as you say. Let's split up." After saying that, she turned to look at Si Kongqin and gave him a look. In fact, they already knew that no one would agree to Si Kongqin's words. So in order to split up and find a chance to attack the others, he purposely said that. His real goal was to split up. "Since everyone is here, let's go," Si Kongqin said in a deep voice after being silent for 2 seconds. There was still more than 100 kilometers from the China base to the cave entrance. It would take 1 to 2 hours to get there by car. The people from the bases immediately got into their own cars and drove towards the direction given by their superiors. Lin Xiao got in her car and looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. I hope I won't see anything I don't want to see." Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen. You have to be careful." He knew that there was no need to say too much, because he knew the strength of this female zombie. Lin Xiao nodded and got into the car. Then he asked Duan want to drive off. They were all driving armed off-road vehicles. In China, apart from the 2 armed off-road vehicles, there was also a military truck. Now that they've set off, let's go back and wait for the results. Seeing that the convoy was gradually leaving, Lan Lu was the first to speak up, planning to leave. Wu Qingyue nodded. "That's the only way. Anyway, they won't be back so soon. Let's wait for them to come out, and then we'll gather again. I also have something to deal with at the base, so I won't accompany you for now." "Me too. See you guys later." Du Kunqing also waved to the others, turned around, and left with his people. When all the leaders returned to their respective homes, Lin Xiao's car had gradually driven a few kilometers away. A red shadow flew across the sky at high speed. No one could see its appearance clearly, but everyone could feel its aura. Lin Xiao looked up and didn't react. On the roof of the Qingshan base's car, a certain big dog suddenly stood up and looked up at the red shadow in the sky with its tail between its legs. Lei Cheng stuck his head out of the car window and looked up for a while, then shrank back. "What is it? Is it passing by?" Yi Ingwa looked at him curiously and asked. Lei Cheng expressionlessly shook his head, slightly frowned, and said, "I can't tell what it is, but it doesn't look like it's passing by." As he spoke, he lifted his eyes and glanced outside. If it's not passing by, then is it following us? Where did it suddenly come from? Yi Ingwa also stuck her head out to look. Xia Longyun in the other car also looked up at the red shadow in the sky, but didn't say anything. Instead, her subordinate behind her asked in confusion, "Director, aren't we going to deal with it?" Xia Longyun was holding a bottle of nail polish in her hand and was about to carefully brush her nails. Hearing her subordinate's words, she didn't even raise her head and said, "Deal with what? Don't you see that they aren't moving? Let's just wait and see. Maybe this thing is just passing by and will disappear in a while." As she said that, she carefully brushed her beautiful nails with a nail polish brush and then gently blew on it with her red lips. Then she continued to brush her second nail polish. This kind of nail polish was extracted from some of the less mutated plants and flowers by some people in the Huaxiao base. It was refined after many processes. Because the materials and workmanship were very precious and troublesome, it was considered a luxury item and was very difficult to get in the Huaxia base. The subordinate continued to stick his head out to observe for a while and said, "Why do I feel that it is following us and wants to attack us?" Xia Longyun calmly said, "If it wants to attack, then let it attack. Don't we have a level 8 paranormal in our team? Do we need to worry about a level 7 flying beast?" Oh, the subordinate was speechless. At this time, Duan Wan and Lin Xiao's car also said, "Is it going to follow you in? Won't this create unnecessary trouble for us?" Lin Xiao leaned his head against the back of the chair, closed his eyes, and said, "From the previous situation, it has been keeping a distance from us, so it shouldn't cause us any trouble. I'm just curious why it keeps following us." Duan Wan smiled. "It's just following you. But it won't be good if it is so friendly to you in front of the people from the other bases. It would probably arouse the suspicion of the people from the other bases, especially in Huaxia. For them, this was the best opportunity to find an excuse." Lin Xiao was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "It's hard to say. I just hope it doesn't suddenly fly down. After all, even if this big cat was not hostile to her, it should not be able to understand the atmosphere. If it suddenly came down and interacted with her, it would inevitably make the others think too much." However, just as everyone on the ground was observing the red shadow flying high in the sky, the big cat in the sky suddenly accelerated and flew forward, quickly disappearing. Everyone on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Now they did not have to worry about it suddenly flying down to attack them. Although they were not afraid of it, it would be troublesome. This way, their journey would be interrupted and delayed again. No one wanted to encounter any obstacles along the way, and it would be better if they could reach the destination smoothly. Chapter 1286. At this time, in the base, Elmar and the others were discussing the research report handed over by Shui Mingjun. "This is pretty good. Will we be able to disguise ourselves and enter other bases in the future? Then we won't have to sneak over the wall." Elmar and the others were interested when they saw the drug that could unlock the virus on the zombies. This was much more convenient for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to openly enter other bases. They would have to find a shortcut by climbing over the wall. Or they could hide in their leader's dimensional space and be brought in. Without the leader, they could only climb over the wall. "Are you sure it will work?" Lin Feng looked at the sample drug in his hand, then put it on the table and read the report carefully. "Last night, when you guys were outside, we tested it at the gate of the base. It passed, but we can't be sure about the detectors of other bases. I'm just afraid that the ones they use are different from ours." Lung Xiantong sat on the other side and looked at everyone. Although the detectors used by the major bases were the same type, there might be different types of detectors used by different bases. For example, in Huaxia, the detectors in Huaxia were much more advanced and more accurate in detecting viruses. "Then let's investigate the detectors of other bases first," Lin Feng said directly. Lung Xiantong nodded. "I think so too, but we have the same detectors as Haiqing. Next time when we go to Haiqing, we won't have to let a portion of our people wait outside the base." "I'll go try." Qiu Lily took a bottle, opened the lid, and drank it. Then she stood up, turned around, and slipped out. Lin Feng then began to talk to Elmar about other things. "From the batch of energy nuclei last night, we'll give 70% to your base. Last time, we only upgraded the 5th and 6th level. Now, we'll upgrade the 4th level." Before the leader left, she said to take the opportunity to increase the number of your zombie army and wait for her to come back before upgrading the quality. Elmar looked at him and thought for a few seconds before understanding what he meant. "You want to use the energy nuclei this time to upgrade most of the 4th level soldiers on our side to the stage where they are about to break through? Then, when Lin Xiao came back, they could safely upgrade. The evolution of zombies was even more dangerous than that of humans, so if they wanted to evolve now, they still needed the approval of the leader. Otherwise, she had spent so much effort to nurture so many zombie soldiers. Wouldn't she vomit blood if they all died during the advancement?" However, according to the number of soldiers they were currently gathering, there were already more than 5,000 of them. However, there were only 100 level 5 zombies, not even 200. On the other hand, there were 100 more level 4 zombies. If these 600 level 4 zombies were to be promoted to level 5, then the number of level 5 zombie squad leaders would be more than 200. One must know that a level 5 zombie against a level 5 metahuman is a 1 versus 2. As for the level 3 zombies in Lin Xiao's army, they were picked from the tens of thousands of zombies that Lin Xiao had brought back to the Westlake district and then brought back to the training base for training. After a year, the group of zombies had killed each other and devoured each other's corpse nuclei to evolve to level 3. Therefore, the zombie army now had more than 1,000 level 3 zombies. Lin Xiao's army now had 3 full regiments and was ready to expand into a 4th. When Elmar heard Lin Feng say he wanted to expand the army, she thought he was talking about increasing the number of soldiers. But when she thought about it, she realized what he meant. Lin Feng had only given her 70%, leaving 30% for the humans of Base 1. Of course, it was for the human army in Base 1. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing only had a pitiful army of 2,000 ordinary people. A portion of the energy nuclei was reserved for the few adepts in his army, and a portion was to be used as a reward to recruit more soldiers. Now, more and more human survivors were joining the base. It was no longer 4,000 or 5,000, but 8,000. Because of Skyfire's recent destruction, most of the survivors had fled to China, a small number had come to Haicheng, and a small number had joined Universal Base. However, due to the situation with the Heavenly Fire and the Earth Dragon, the last batch of Hidden Cloud City survivors also abandoned the city and fled. Lin Feng added, "That's right, that's what I meant. We've been focusing on the 5th and 6th levels, but now we need to look at the next level." Elmar nodded. "That won't be a problem." Lin Feng looked at her cautiously. "Xie Dong isn't in the base right now, so you and Lin Kuei keep an eye on the army." Elmar nodded. "All right, I understand." Now that the zombie army had grown in numbers, they had to keep an eye on it. When the meeting was adjourned, Lin Feng walked out of the meeting room to see Chen Yuding approaching with a letter in his hand. "I have good news for you." Lin Feng looked at him curiously. "What good news?" Chen Yuding walked to his side and handed the letter to him. As he followed him, he said, "Your sister sent it." Lin Feng couldn't help but open the letter curiously when he saw his mysterious look. He read it as he walked. Lin Wenwen had sent someone to deliver the letter, but the message was that she was bringing a group of people from Haicheng and that he should make arrangements to pick them up. Picking them up wasn't a problem, but the numbers, 10,000? What's going on? How did she trick so many people to come? Lin Feng was surprised. Chen Yuding shrugged and said, "I've heard of this zombie hunter group before. Their strength is unpredictable, but they're very low-key. However, they're very low-key in their actions. I didn't expect their numbers to have reached so many. However, not all of the people in this 10,000 Li are from this Cork Hunter group. What's even stranger is that this zombie hunter group didn't join Haicheng. Instead, they're surviving in a cooperative way. Although leader Wu tried to persuade them to join Haicheng several times, they were unwilling." Lin Feng heard that these people's strength was unpredictable, which meant that they didn't know their strength. Maybe their strength was unfathomable. Even Wu Changyue tried to persuade them several times, so it seemed that he had a high opinion of them. However, such an unfathomable group of people. How could they be persuaded by Lin Wenwen? Was there something fishy going on? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Chapter 1287. Seeing that Lin Wenwen was going to bring a large group of people from Sea City, Lin Feng and Chen Yuding were both excited and curious. No matter how she called people over, it's already amazing to be able to call more than 13,000 people. I guess Xiao Yunlong's heart is silently twitching at this moment. He and Leader Wu had been eyeing the team that they wanted to pull into their subordinates for 6 or 7 years, but they were taken away by the great beauty Lin Wenwen. Chen Yuding thought of Xiao Yunlong and Wu Qingyue's faces after knowing about this, and couldn't help but feel happy. Lin Feng looked at him curiously and asked, why didn't they want to join Sea City? How many times did Wu Changyue fail to invite them? Chen Yuding shook his head. I'm not sure about this. Even old Xiao and leader Wu don't know the reason. In any case, they just don't want to join. But I heard a key situation, that is, the person who made the decision was not the 3 men, but a small girl. What do you mean a small girl? How small? Lin Feng was a little amused by his description and couldn't help but ask curiously. Chen Yuding smiled. In fact, she's not very small, probably a little more than 5 meters. I saw her once, and at that time, there was a man standing next to her about 9 meters tall, and then the height of the two. You know. Lin Feng imagined the difference in height between the two people and a very subtle picture appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, how are the appearance of the two people? The man is quite tall, and the girl is delicate and cute. The man is like a serious ice brother, with a petite and cute sister. Chen Yuding recalled, and then said, if it wasn't for the first time that the girl had a man who was too tall, his first impression of her would not be that she was so small. Then what do you think her identity is? Why does everyone else listen to her? Lin Feng returned to the topic. As the two people talked, they also arrived at the door of Lin Feng's office. Chen Yuding said, in addition to knowing her name and her identity as the sister of one of the leaders of the corpse hunting group, there is no other information about her. We don't even have any information on her ability and strength. She doesn't seem to be on a mission. Lin Feng walked into the office and placed the documents from the meeting on the desk. Chen Yuding sat on the guest sofa and continued. Although I don't know why these men are willing to listen to a petite girl's opinion, keeping her personal information confidential and protecting her well, I don't know why these men are willing to listen to a petite girl's opinion. Although everyone wants to know more about the corpse hunter group, and some people are willing to pay a high price to secretly find out more about them. But so far, no one knows more about this girl. So mysterious? Why does this girl give off the vibe of a very spiritual old witch? Lin Feng thought of a mysterious and dirty old witch from an old village deep in the mountains. When Chen Yuding heard him say this, he immediately thought of such a scene with him through telepathy. He automatically photoshopped the dirty old witch's face onto the face of the girl he had seen before. His whole body quivered. Hey, what kind of description is that? She's a very cute girl, but you said she's an old witch. Lin Feng said, so since they're not willing to join Sea City, why are they willing to join the Universal Base now? But our base has been established for a year. Why didn't they come when it was first established? Why do they have to wait until now? Hey! As he spoke, he suddenly thought of Lin Wenwen, because Lin Wenwen was the one who brought them back. And not long ago, Lin Wenwen said that she disappeared 7 years ago, and now she immediately found such a large group of people when she came back. Could it be that this had something to do with her returning to 7 years ago? However, he couldn't directly say this to Chen Yuding, so he made a sound of surprise at the end and then looked at Chen Yuding with a puzzled expression. Chen Yuding looked at his expression as if he had thought of something, but also seemed to have not thought of what it was. So he looked at him quietly for a few seconds, afraid that he would interrupt his thoughts. But after the two of them looked at each other silently for a few seconds, Lin Feng still had the same expression. Did he think of it or not? What? Did you think of something? Chen Yuding finally couldn't help asking him. Lin Feng shook his head. Well, I thought of a situation, but I can't be sure. We can only wait for Wenwen to bring them back to know the answer. At this time, Lin Wen, Dong Lijia, and the others in Sea City were sitting in Xiao Yunlong's office, looking at him. Xiao Yunlong looked at them with a sullen face. There were 6 or 7 people present, but the office fell into a subtle silence. Ahem, it seems that Leader Xiao is very unhappy. Seeing that everyone was silent, it was a little awkward. Lin Wenwen had to break the awkward silence first. Is there? I'm very happy. After all, they didn't want to join our Sea City, and it's only a matter of time before they leave. But it's also good to go to your Universal Base. It's very close to Sea City. Anyway, as long as you don't join China or other bases, I'm happy. Xiao Yunlong, who was called out by Lin Wenwen, could only say to her with a wry smile, why did she poach people as soon as she came? And she poached more than 10,000 people at once. Although more than 10,000 people were nothing in the nearly 1 million population of Sea City, there were a lot of heavyweights hidden among these more than 10,000 people. Not to mention the mysterious Dong Xinxin. Even her brother, Dong Lijia, was already a rank 7 arcanist, and he had only been promoted a few months ago. And the other two, Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chenfei, were also peak level 6 ability users. Not to mention, there were more than 100 level 5 ability users in their corpse hunting group. In addition to the ones here, there were more than a dozen level 6 ability users in their group, and they were all hell-bent on following them. He didn't know how they were recruited. At that time, When Lin Wenwen asked Meng Yu to investigate a few people, he didn't care because he didn't directly say the names. Later, when Meng Yu told him that they were investigating these people, Xiao Yunlong began to have a bad premonition. Sure enough, his premonition soon came true. Now, they had found them, and even the transfer application a few hours ago had been submitted. And it was not only their corpse hunting group that left, but also several other groups. Wu Changyue had always been very concerned about this group of people. As a result, he went to talk to them several times, but they refused to directly join Sea City, so there was no other way. It was estimated that when his leader came back and knew about this, he would be depressed to death. Chapter 1288. Regarding the corpse hunting group that Lin Wenwen wanted to take away, even if Xiao Yunlong was a little depressed and unwilling, he had to let them go. But he couldn't show that he was too careful or too. But how could the others not see his expression? It was just that everyone understood in their hearts, but did not show it on their faces. Each and every one of them pretended not to see it like a blind man. Thank you for the help of Sea City these past few years. If there is anything we can help with in the future, you can come to the Universal Base to find us. Dong Lijia smiled and expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong was taken aback when he heard his words, then waved his hand at him. He looked at him with a look of disapproval and said, "Oh, no need to thank me. Actually, if we really think about it, you guys have helped us quite a lot. Everyone is just helping each other. There is reciprocity. And we just provided them with a place to stay temporarily. In fact, we did not do anything that you really need. You still have to thank us. I feel ashamed." Dong Lijia smiled and said, "No, at least you gave us a stable place to stay. This is already a great help. The small things that we have helped are nothing." The two people were polite and modest. Lin Wenwen couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly interrupted them. "Well, since Leader Xiao has no opinion, then we can leave in the afternoon. Is that okay with you, Leader Xiao?" Xiao Yunlong looked at her and shook his head. "No problem. It seems like you guys are ready, right?" He first responded to Lin Wenwen, then looked at Dong Lijia and the others and asked. Dong Lijia nodded and said, "Well, everything is ready. Now as long as you pass our application, you can leave directly." Xiao Yunlong was somewhat speechless. "You are quite fast. In that case, I can only wish you a pleasant journey." Lin Wenwen suddenly remembered that there seemed to be news last night that there was a situation at the Universal Base. She couldn't help asking Xiao Yunlong, "By the way, Leader Xiao, last night I heard that there seemed to be a situation at our base. China seems to have sent some people. I don't know what they want to do. What is the result?" Xiao Yunlong looked at her with some surprise. "You haven't received the news yet? They've already been completely wiped out by your people. You collected a bunch of heads. Oh no, a bunch of energy cores. Not a single one escaped." When Lin Wenwen heard this news, he was surprised for a moment before he smiled and said, "I didn't receive any news, but it's normal for them to be wiped out. If some of them escape, there won't be any fun left." Although she knew that even if those people came to their base, they wouldn't be able to do anything good. However, she was afraid that if one or two of them slipped through the net, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Because her second ability wasn't working now, she still wanted to know the correct answer so that she could be prepared. She also knew that Xiao Yunlong's news should be relatively fast, so she casually asked. She calmed down after hearing Xiao Yunlong's answer. Xiao Yunlong continued. They originally had a group of people lying in ambush outside our Sea City base, also preparing to carry out unknown secret activities. However, I don't know why they suddenly turned to your base. I had prepared some people to deal with them. In the end, they didn't let us deal with them and ran to your base to deal with them." Lin Wenwen gave a disdainful chuckle. Overestimating themselves, they still don't know how to learn their lesson after so many times. Instead of dealing with those things that came out of the ground, they always think of dealing with us. I don't know if their brains are broken. Xiao Yunlong said, "They just want to take advantage of the current critical situation to make trouble." Lin Wenwen nodded, then looked at the other people who had not spoken. Then he said, "Since what should be said has been said, then we should go." She still had to keep an eye on one person when she went back. She couldn't let the scene she saw before happen again. As soon as she spoke, the others immediately stood up. Xiao Yunlong immediately turned to the desk and took a document, handing it to Dong Lijia. It was the application to leave the base that Dong Lijia had sent someone a hand over. Dong Lijia took it and didn't open it. She knew that Xiao Yunlong had already signed and stamped it. She directly took it and nodded to him. Then we'll take our leave. See you again if there's a chance. Leader Xiao, you don't need to send us off. Please stay. Xiao Yunlong had to send them to the door and nodded. Okay, the two bases are not far anyway. We will naturally see each other again if there's a chance. Take care. After Lin Wenwen left with Dong Lijia and the others, Dong Xinxin asked her, "You seem to be in a hurry to go back. Is it about what you saw last time?" "Well, I'm a little worried." Lin Wenwen heard her question, nodded, and glanced at the tall Deng Chenfei behind her. The scene she saw last time had made her a little anxious because the person in the scene was her sister-in-law. So she wanted to go back as soon as possible to keep an eye on Cheng Wangxue in case something happened to her. However, when she connected the two scenes together, she remembered that Lin Feng's anxious question was referring to them. That meant that it was not only Cheng Wangxue who had an accident at that time. Who else was there? Could be Xiao Lu? But Xiao Lu was staying at the base. How could something happen to her? Some unexplainable questions piled up in Lin Wenwen's mind, making her a little uneasy. So now all she could do was to keep an eye on her sister-in-law and Xiao Lu and take precautionary measures. More than 10,000 people leaving High City. The movement was naturally not small. Not only people, but also a pile of belongings, and several large cars drove away. Except for a small number of people who knew the news in advance in the past 2 days, now the entire High City immediately knew. Thinking back to the time when the all-living base recruited people in High City, everyone was already living well here and was not willing to go to the new base that had nothing to look at. Now seeing this large group of people suddenly leave, and this group of people was not simple. This movement immediately made many people start to take the all-living base seriously. After all, if there was nothing special about the all-living base, how could it invite so many people? And after this year, although the new base was still mysterious, it seemed to be doing better and better. Is that all-living base really that good? Why are these corpse hunting groups moving to join them? The passers-by now all expressed that they could not understand why these people suddenly left High City and ran to that small base. But this time, with more than 10,000 people joining, the strength of that base should have doubled. Chapter 1289. 20 or 30 modified off-road vehicles and more than a dozen modified trucks drove out of High City. Of course, these could not accommodate all the 10,000 people, because the trucks were filled with belongings, not people. Most of the people walked out of the base. Hey, are there not enough cars? Don't tell me they're going to let these people walk to the base. Didn't High City send cars to pick them up? The onlookers couldn't help being curious when they saw most of the people walking out. After all, it was quite far from High City to the Universal Base. It was more than 100 kilometers. It was impossible for them to walk there. Of course, Dong Lijia and the others wouldn't let half of the people walk. They just let them go out of High City first. Then they gathered in the isolated open space outside the base and waited. They gathered outside the base. There should be cars coming to pick them up, right? Whose car? Universal Base? It seems that the Universal Base has sent cars here. After all, these people are going to their base. Don't they need cars from High City to send them out? It turns out that they have prepared cars. Not long after, many large empty cars arrived and took away 1/3 of the remaining people. Originally, everyone thought that these cars would come back to pick up the second car in 1 or 2 hours. Unexpectedly, less than 10 minutes later, another dozen or 20 buses came. Why are they here so soon? Is it another car? There are so many cars in the Universal Base. How rich? However, they didn't know that these cars came from a huge underground warehouse more than 10 kilometers away from High City. Lin Wenwen looked at the desolate environment around him. Before Doomsday, this place was also a suburb. He didn't expect that Dong Lijia had secretly built an underground garage here 7 years ago and then covered it up. You haven't been here for a long time, right? There's a lot of dust here, Lin Wenwen said after observing the environment in the garage. We don't want to attract attention, so we secretly send people to do inspection and maintenance here once a year. Every time, Luo Yuanjun comes in person, Dong Xinxin said, standing there. Habitually, there were 3 big men standing behind her, as if they were her bodyguards. Lin Wenwen looked at her, then at the 3 walls behind her, then looked down at her, and then looked up at the 3 human walls. He felt that Dong Xinxin was like a princess with 3 knights protecting her from behind. Don't these 3 people need to give instructions and arrange work? Why would he stay by Dong Xinxin's side? Would she kidnap Dong Xinxin? Turning his head to look at the other trucks in the warehouse, Lin Wenwen said, Actually, you don't have to drive him out this time. Just run a few more back and forth. Dong Lijia stood behind Dong Xinxin, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked at her angrily. Do you think you don't need gas if you come back empty? Rather than running back and forth, it was better to take them all away at once. Oh, by the way, come here, these things are for you. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He let go of his hands that were crossed in front of his chest and waved at her. He then turned around and walked toward another door in the warehouse. What is it? Lin Wenwen asked him curiously, but his feet unconsciously followed him. Dong Xinxin and the other 2 followed behind them and walked towards the gate. Dong Lijia waved his hand at one of his subordinates, who was standing next to him, as it was a large iron gate with 2 fans. He looked at the door in front of him and said, Open it. Yes. A man in a gray coat ran over from the side. After hearing Dong Lijia's words, he immediately took out a bunch of keys from his backpack and looked around for one. Then he inserted it into the big lock on the door. After opening the lock, he looked in the bunch of keys again and found another one. Then he inserted it into the keyhole in the middle of the door, turned it a few times, and opened 3 locks before the door was completely opened. What is it hiding? Why are they making such complicated locks? Lin Wenwen silently watched as the subordinate worked for a long time to open all the locks on the door. Then he pushed the door open. As soon as the door was opened, her mouth opened wide. Holy shit, this is gasoline. There were many large sealed iron buckets inside, and a faint, almost undetectable smell of gasoline wafted in the air. Lin Wenwen immediately smelled the smell, and her eyes immediately lit up. But she quickly calmed down and turned to Dong Lijia. You said that these are for me? So many? How many buckets are there? Although she had stored a lot of gasoline before she came back, the human base was still short of gasoline. Otherwise, no matter how many good cars there were, they would not be able to drive them. 3,000 buckets. This is the last one left, and it was specially left for you. After all, if it wasn't for you, Xinxin's body would not have been able to adapt to the environment of the early stage of the apocalypse. If it wasn't for you, she might have been in a deep sleep. After all, her 2 different consciousnesses and souls would not be able to survive in the same body at the same time. That's why I feel that if it weren't for you, even if Xinxin came back, her 17-year-old body would be in a coma. She wouldn't even know when she would wake up, Dong Lijia said to her with a smile. At that time, Dong Xinxin's soul, or rather, her spiritual body was very weak. But no matter how weak she was, once she came back, there could only be one of her in this space-time, not 2. So fortunately, she came back. If she could not even get rid of her spiritual body from 17 years ago, she would not be able to continue living. In other words, she would have failed in her rebirth. If her rebirth failed, it meant that she would still die 7 years later. And if she succeeded with her weak state at that time, she would not be able to control her body. Then she would have fallen into a coma, and no one would have informed her brother and parents about the arrival of the apocalypse. Moreover, in order to make them believe that the apocalypse was coming, Lin Wenwen also helped a lot. Although he beat him up at the beginning. Thinking of this, Dong Lijia suddenly realized that whether it was Lin Wenwen or his invincible cute sister, they both had a bit of violent tendencies. Especially his sister, after the apocalypse, it seemed like she had started to open up some kind of cruel attribute. Whether it was killing zombies, killing mutated beasts, killing mutated plants, or even killing people, she would not be lenient or hesitate. Especially when she didn't know why. When she killed zombies, she didn't like to use a gun, but instead used a knife to chop. Chopping zombies' heads was like chopping watermelons. When they first saw zombies, although they were mentally prepared, but when they actually saw it, the feeling was completely different from what they imagined in their minds. What I call a personal experience is to let you feel fear first. The more they survived after the apocalypse, the more they felt that Lin Wenwen's appearance was very important to them. So at that time, Dong Xinxin told Dong Lijia that Lin Wenwen's return was not because of her own ability, but because she disappeared on her own. So at that time, Dong Lijia felt that giving Lin Wenwen a mere few million was simply not enough to repay her kindness. Chapter 1290. That's why you left these for me, and waited for me for 7 years? Lin Wenwen blinked her eyes as she looked at them. The four of them nodded in unison. This is only part of it for you. The rest will be stored elsewhere. When we have time, we'll send some people to retrieve it. Dong Xinxin looked at the metal barrels and smiled. Lin Wenwen was stunned and said, "Ah, there's more for me? How many resources did you prepare?" "There are many places to prepare. We only took out a portion of it a few years before the apocalypse. After entering the base, we ate it. After all, these are our last trump cards, so we kept them," Dong Lijia said with a smile. Lin Wenwen looked outside the door and found that there was no one else outside. What they were talking about was confidential. It wouldn't be good if someone heard it. "Is it really okay for you to tell me like this?" Lin Wenwen sighed and shrugged at Dong Xinxin. "You know, we believe that you won't betray us." Dong Xinxin looked at her seriously. Lin Wenwen shook her head helplessly. "You have to know, people can change. Especially in this apocalypse, don't trust anyone except yourself. Don't even trust your brother too much." Saying that, she suddenly pointed at Dong Lijia. When Dong Lijia heard her pointing at him, he immediately became unhappy. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said with dissatisfaction, "Wait, what do you mean by don't even trust me? I agree that you believe in yourself, but I love Xinxin so much. How can I betray her? Are you sent by the enemy? Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and Xinxin? Why did this woman come back and attack him as soon as she got the chance?" Dong Xinxin turned to look at Dong Lijia, then turned back to Lin Wenwen and nodded. "That's right. People's hearts are unpredictable. Who knew when and under what conditions the other party would change his views and thoughts? Dong Lijia just hasn't found the girl he likes yet. When he finds her, why would he care about me?" Lin Wenwen laughed. Dong Lijia. At this time, Deng Xinfei said expressionlessly, "If your brother dares to do anything to you, I will help you destroy him." Luo Yuanjun also came over with a smile and said to Dong Xinxin, "That's right. Me too." Dong Lijia kicked Luo Yuanjun, who had come to Dong Xinxin's side and stuck close to her. "Go away. I'll protect my sister myself. I don't need you guys." Luo Yuanjun was kicked aside and shrugged indifferently. "It's my business if I want to protect her. It's none of your business." Lin Wenwen rolled her eyes at them. Okay, stop showing off your love in front of me. Since these are all for me, I will accept them. Fortunately, my space is big enough. Otherwise, I won't be able to store so many iron buckets." Luo Yuanjun waved his hand at her and urged, "Go ahead. Let's see when you can finish collecting these 3,000 barrels." Lin Wenwen turned around and pressed her hands on the metal bucket. Like Lin Xiao, she needed to use her hands and her mental strength to collect things from the outside world. Although the area of her space was not as big as Lin Xiao's, it was not small either. 7 years ago, she had been collecting materials nonstop, but they took up less than half of the space in her space. In fact, they only took up 1/3 of the space. So after collecting the 3,000 barrels of gasoline, the space was still more than enough. "But we really didn't expect that Xiao 1 from 7 years ago was you, and that you had built a new base 7 years later. No wonder I always felt that I couldn't stay in High City." It seems that you still need fresh blood to expand the scale of the new base. Dong Xin crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised one hand to touch his chin. He looked at Lin Wenwen, who was busy, and said, because there were not many people in the base, the scale was small, and the base had just been built, so it was just the beginning stage. They still needed to continue to expand the population in the base. Otherwise, because there was a mature high city next to it, no one would be interested in this new small base. Lin Wenwen looked back and said to them while collecting the gasoline, "We have no choice because there is a high city next to it. We were built under the protection of high city, and we have to face the influence of high city. But it doesn't matter, since the base has been built, it will slowly improve." Their base now had resources, and if they wanted an army, they also had a zombie army. In the future, when his sisters strengthened the zombie army to the point where they could face the world, they would have enough strength to stand in this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, because of the zombie army, the base didn't need too many humans for the time being. So they could only take it slow and not rush. Why did you want to build a base here? Why not further away from High City? Luo Yuanjun suddenly asked in confusion. Lin Wenwen paused and thought for a while before saying, "This question? Well, you have to ask our leader." This was her decision at the beginning. Maybe it was because she needed the protection of High City. After all, not only was the base destroyed, but so many people died. "We don't have enough manpower." Luo Yuanjun thought about it and agreed, but then asked curiously, "But I didn't expect High City to be willing to let you build a base nearby. Although it's more than 100 kilometers away, won't this reduce the scope of hunting and collecting resources? What method did you use to get High City to agree?" Lin Wenwen replied, "Well, we also have a trump card. Otherwise, how could we cooperate with High City?" When the base was built, Lin Xiao was the one who negotiated the conditions and exchanged some things. But now it seemed that it was more like the déjà vu of a mother's family and a husband's family. "I'm curious why your leader seems to have changed. Did you know her before?" Dong Lijiao was curious about the relationship between Lin Xiao and Lin Wenwen. In his eyes, after Lu Tianyu came back to life a year ago, she opened a different mode. This wasn't strange, but why did she help the survivors of Hades' base? Moreover, he even helped them build a new base, which was very strange. Lin Wenwen thought about it and nodded. "Well, I guess you can say that. They didn't know each other before she died, but they knew each other after she died. No wonder she wanted to help you." Dong Lijia showed an expression of understanding, and then said thoughtfully, "But she hid it really well. On the surface, she made others think that she relied on other men to survive, but in fact, she has very strong strength in the dark. If it weren't for the fact that she was almost killed a year ago, she probably wouldn't have revealed it so quickly." Chapter 1291. Lin Wenwen unceremoniously accepted the gasoline given by Dong Xin. When he heard that Dong Lijia seemed to have some misunderstanding about the former Lu Tianyu, he just smiled and did not speak. She looked at them and said, "However, I'm very surprised that you decided to follow me back to the Universal Base as soon as you saw me. Thank you for trusting me so much. But believe me, I won't harm you. In the future, some things that you can't accept might happen in the Universal Base. Whether you decide to stay or leave, don't mind me." Dong Lijia and the others looked at each other in confusion, then looked at Lin Wenwen together. At the same time, he asked in confusion, "Why do you say that? Could it be that your base is hiding some big secret?" Lin Wenwen just smiled at them. "There are indeed some secrets, but we will try our best not to affect your future life." He wanted to build a special survivor base that was different from other survivor bases. "So, I have to remind you to be mentally prepared. Your base has always been very mysterious. It's not surprising that you have secrets. It's just that what you said made us a little concerned. It seems like the secret isn't simple. It also tests our ability to accept." Dong Lijia looked at Lin Wenwen with a meaningful smile. Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "In any case, you just have to remember to trust me. I won't harm you. But if there are any major changes, you don't have to worry about me." What she said was to give them a heads up. After all, These people had waited for her for 7 years without knowing what she had done 7 years ago, and then so readily wanted to join their base. This was enough for her to warn them in advance, because not everyone could truly accept a group of zombies that were stronger than humans and also had memories, rationality, and intelligence. The first thing they would think of was what kind of danger this zombie army would bring to humanity. That's why she told them in advance. If one day the fact that the base was a zombie base was leaked out, even if they chose to leave, she would accept it, as long as it wasn't. Also, if you choose to leave at that time, you'll have to leave. I still hope that you won't become enemies with us. Thinking of this result, Lin Wenwen's heart was a little stifled. She stopped and looked back at them from where she stood beside the rows of barrels. His eyes were filled with caution, trust, and even a little pleading. Even if she couldn't become his companion, she didn't want to become his enemy. Looking at Lin Wenwen's eyes, the four of them felt their hearts sink. It seemed like the matter she was talking about was going to be very serious. Would they even become enemies with each other? Lin Wenwen's words caused everyone present to suddenly fall into a serious atmosphere. Several people looked at each other, looking at each other. Alas, we haven't entered your base yet. Are you going to kick us out? After a while, Luo Yuanjun broke the silence and joked. Lin Wenwen smiled speechlessly. I'm not chasing you away. I'm just reminding you. If all of you are willing to stay in the end, of course I will be very happy. Because the decision is in your hands, I will not force you. But there are some things that might be beyond your scope of acceptance. When they first found out that Lin Xiao was a zombie and that she was her dead big sister, they were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. It took them some time to gradually accept Lin Xiao's current identity. No, now that we have decided to join your base, we won't leave. And my intuition tells me that it can't be wrong. And can you see anything about the future from us? Dong Xinxin suddenly said to her with a serious face. Lin Wenwen shook her head. No. Dong Xinxin waved his hand. That's it. Since you can't see anything, it means that our relationship may not be too bad in the end. And I believe you. At least you won't hurt us. She believed in Lin Wenwen. The two of them stayed in the same body for 3 months. From that time, she felt that Lin Wenwen's character was not bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on waiting for 7 years to come back. The other 3 men nodded at the same time. Well, whatever Xinxin says. Lin Wenwen was speechless again and said to the 3 of them, Can you not show your loyalty so obviously? I can't stand it anymore, okay? Dong Xinxin shrugged helplessly and said, I can't do anything about it, because after the arrival of the apocalypse, they acted like they were crazy. They don't have their own opinions at all. Even this second young master had to get my permission to go to the washroom at that time. If I ignored him, he would have to drag me along. Don't mention the past. When Luo Yuanjun heard Dong Xinxin talking about the embarrassing things that happened 7 years ago after the apocalypse, he immediately interrupted him. Oh, right. At that time, I was ready to beat the shit out of this guy. Dong Lijia, who was behind Dong Xinxin, immediately smiled and echoed his sister. Okay, that's enough, you too. Don't I want to lose face? Luo Yuanjun was a little angry. He turned his head and rushed to Dong Lijia, who was behind Deng Chenfei. Dong Lijia casually dodged his attack, and then continued, You don't know that he was scared silly by his zombie father, so when he came to find us, he was a little sick. Lin Wenwen nodded in understanding, then turned around and continued to collect goods. He said while collecting, Well, I know. At that time, everyone was scared, right? It's normal. During those few days, everyone was panic-stricken, especially when they saw their loved ones turn into zombies and crazily pouncing on them. No one could remain calm. When Lin Wenwen brought Dong Xinxin and a group of people to join the Universal Base, Lin Xiao and the others had already driven to the location. After everyone got out of the car, they first observed the surrounding environment. It was outside a suburb of a third-tier city in southern Hunan. The surrounding terrain had changed greatly, like a disaster scene after an earthquake. Many parts of the Earth's crust had cracked, and if one looked closely, they would find that the cracks were spreading from one direction. After confirming the location from the highest point, everyone began to talk about their action plan. The people from Haicheng and the Universal Base were together, as well as the people from Qingshan Base. The people from the Black Dragon Base did not say who they would follow, but said that they would form their own team and go their own way. The people from the Ming clan said that they would follow China. Chapter 1292. Looks like we'll have to split into 3 groups. Lin Xiao listened to everyone's thoughts and nodded before clapping her hands. All right, let's go. The cars were stored away by the spatial ability users of each team. Lin Xiao was a spatial ability user, and there was also one from Ocean City who Lin Xiao had met before. Her name was Rogue Fai, a rather indifferent woman, and she was also a rank 6 spatial ability user. Although she was a spatial ability user, her skills were not weak. This was because her occupation before the apocalypse was a special high-risk job. She used to be a mercenary, and the missions she went on were all very high-risk. The leader of Ocean City this time was Kong Qingming. In order to go on a mission with Long Qingying, who was beside Lin Xiao, he automatically applied to Wu Changyue for this operation. The plants around here are all dead. There's nothing left. There are no animals or plants, not even zombies. These damn things that come out of the ground are simply a disaster to the environment. Kong Qingming squatted on the ground and picked up a branch to observe for a while, then stood up and looked around with a sigh. The surrounding terrain was not only full of cracks, but it was also completely barren. There was a stretch of yellow, brown, and gray stones, as well as the dried and rotten trunks of some trees. It was a desolate and barren land. Those who were only at level 5 or 6 all tacitly took out their own gas masks and wore them over their mouths and noses. They also took out their guns and checked them with a kacha-kacha sound. They were all ready to go down the tunnel. Lin Xiao did not wear a mask, but Long Qingying and the others who followed her had to. After all, they did not have the strength of a rank 8 ability user like Lin Xiao, and the self-protection in their bodies did not need something like a mask. But at the very least, their abilities had to be at rank 7 or above. It was not only Lin Xiao who did not wear a mask. Lei Cheng, Xia Longyun, and the leader of the Black Dragon Base also did not wear a mask. Everyone is ready. Let's go. Xia Longyun shouted before Lin Xiao did. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared from where she stood. Everyone else flew towards the entrance of the cave in an instant. From the mountain they were on, the center of the hole was at least 2 to 3 kilometers away. However, for these level 5, 6, and 7 ability users, it took less than 10 seconds to do so. Over 100 figures flashed in that direction, but when they reached the edge of the cave, they all stopped. It was an irregular elliptical hole that was at least 50 meters wide and more than 100 meters long. The bottom of the cave was pitch black, and it was impossible to see clearly. Moreover, there was a steady stream of gray gas drifting in the air. Xia Longyun stood at the edge of the cave and looked down with a frown. He waved his hand in front of his nose with a look of disgust. This smell is really disgusting. After that, she took out a small spray from a hidden pocket in her coat and sprayed it twice on her nose. Only then did his expression recover. He put away the spray and turned to look at Lin Xiao. Since we're going on our own, who's willing to explore the path first? She looked at Lin Xiao and said these words. Everyone could tell that she wanted Lin Xiao to lead her people down to take the lead. That way, if they encountered any unpredictable situations, the Universal Base or Ocean City's people would be able to handle it first. How could Lin Xiao not know what she was thinking? She had already said it so bluntly, and the other party was not only targeting her, but also hinted that she was the only level 8 ability user here. If she retreated, she would definitely be laughed at. This woman had been calculating in her heart for a long time. However, Lin Xiao did not intend to argue with her. She would go down sooner or later anyway, but she was thinking too much if she wanted to use her as a detector. Lin Xiao smiled at Xia Longyun. Since Huaxia doesn't have the guts, then I'll force myself to go down and see the situation. But since we're going on our own, won't the result be the same no matter who goes down first? Unless someone doesn't intend to go down, then I don't understand his purpose." After saying that, she waved to the people behind her, then jumped down. Duan Wan, Long Qingying, Kong Qingming, Roger Fei, and the others went down one after another. Seeing that Lin Xiao had led her people down, Lei Cheng looked at the big dog beside him. "Erlei, go down." Lei Cheng shouted at the big dog, then jumped down with his people. Woof! In the blink of an eye, the people from Sheng Sheng, Haicheng, and Qingshan all disappeared from the edge of the cave. After they went down, the people above did not immediately follow them down. Instead, they observed their movements after they went down and continued to wait. "Go down." Seeing that Lin Xiao had led her people down, the man from Black Dragon Base also said one word. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement from below, he led his people down in a well-trained manner. In the end, only the Huaxiao and Mongolian people were left. Xia Longyun still had a faint smile on her face, but a cold light flashed in her eyes. She did not say anything, only raising a hand and waving it down. Then the people behind her jumped down, but she remained at the edge. After everyone had fallen down, Xia Longyun turned her head to look around, then took out a mask and put it on her face. She then went down in a flash. Lin Xiao felt the weightlessness of her body as she calculated the time and speed to roughly estimate how deep she was. This cave entrance was vertical, unlike the cave entrance of the underground gorilla, which had a downward slope. Therefore, after falling vertically for about 3 to 4 seconds, Lin Xiao finally landed on the ground. However, the terrain was not flat. She could see the ground in advance, so she reacted quickly and stopped. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Xiao heard the sound of others stopping here. She silently counted the number of people. When there were enough people, she said, "Let's go." This giant cave was actually a huge chasm, but the rock wall was not vertical here. Instead, it tilted towards the middle of the cave, like a slope going down. The angle of the slope was still very steep, but it was not a problem for them to land on. After everyone landed on the slope, they continued to jump down along the slope. However, because the soil walls on both sides were tilted toward the middle, they kept jumping down along the soil walls. They stepped left and right and continued to walk down along the crack. Now that there was a landing point, the movements of these adepts, ranging from level 5 to level 7, could be more freely controlled. Then, the soil walls on both sides became narrower and narrower. When it was about a few meters wide, the bottom suddenly became empty. Lin Xiao reacted quickly and stopped at the edge of the soil wall, then squatted down and looked down. The crack in the ground where she had become a crack. She did not know where it extended to, but there was still a large gap below. But she could see to the end. It was flat ground. Chapter 1293. After everyone had gone down, a gust of wind blew past after a while. Then, a huge red beast shadow appeared at the edge of the cave. After the big cat landed on the edge of the hole, it first pressed down its 2 front paws and jumped up. It stuck its butt out and stuck its head down, sniffing the hole with its nose. As a result, it soon began to sneeze. After sneezing a few times, it stood up and swung its long tail. It paced left and right at the edge of the hole with its paws. After pacing a few times, it stopped. Pressing down his nose, he moved a little before leaping forward. Soon, his other body disappeared into the pitch-black hole. After the big red cat went down, a long-haired giant black dog came. The giant Tibetan Mastiff stood at the edge of the hole and sniffed. After sniffing for a while, it suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. Standing more than 10 meters away from the hole, the giant Tibetan Mastiff stretched out its head and stared at the hole for a long time. It seemed to be hesitating whether it could go down or not, because the gas coming from the hole was very harmful to it. If it breathed it in, it would rot its stomach. Under the thick dog fur on its head, a pair of pitch-black eyes silently stared at the hole for a while before shifting its gaze. Then it looked left and right. After looking around for a while, it leaped in a certain direction and disappeared from this place. Lin Xiao stared at the huge hole below and observed for a while. After sensing that there was no dangerous aura, she raised her hand and gestured to the others to wait. Then, she jumped down herself. After she landed on the ground, she looked up at the crack above her head. It was very high, at least 20 meters high. She looked around for a while at the bottom of the hole and found that it was like a passageway. The two ends were dark, and she didn't know where they led to. Moreover, there was wind blowing on both ends. After confirming that there were no other problems, she raised her hand and beckoned the others to come down. Everyone jumped down and looked down. It felt like someone had also come down from the top of the cave. However, they were currently very, very deep down. The other party had just jumped down from the top of the cave. Even if they fell vertically, it would take a while for them to reach them. Not to mention that the huge crack above was even slanted. They would probably have to slowly jump down like their own people. Lin Xiao looked at both sides, turned around, and waved towards the direction where the wind was stronger. Let's go. Be careful. If she guessed correctly, this 20-meter-high hole was left behind by some kind of giant creature. This was because there was a very strange smell here, and the walls on both sides of the cave were covered with claw marks, as if they had been scratched by claws. There were even some traces of impact or slapping. There was a lot of loose soil left on the ground here. From the looks of it, there seemed to be traces of a battle between wild beasts. Due to the excessive impact and other factors, the roof was cracked open. Only then did this creature crawl up to the surface to wreak havoc. Lin Xiao led the way forward. No one had better night vision than her. Although other paranormals could also see, due to their difference in strength, the distance they could see things from was different. Level 5 paranormals could see the closest, especially in an environment where they couldn't see their fingers in front of them, and there was no light at all. If they were on the surface at night, they could see a little further under the starlight or moonlight. But it was different down here. In a situation where there was no light at all, their vision was greatly limited. However, they couldn't turn on the light now, lest they attracted something strange. So, they could only move forward in the dark, completely obeying Lin Xiao's instructions. Lin Xiao led them and quickly ran forward. There was nothing to investigate here, so she needed to go deeper. The reason why she went in the direction where the wind was stronger was because the smell in the wind was very different from the wind on the surface. The wind in the cave had a strong, earthy smell. If the wind came from the surface, the smell wouldn't be so strong. Moreover, the wind she smelled was mixed with other things. The people following Lin Xiao were all humans. Apart from her, the others didn't have such a good nose. They could only rely on their own senses to distinguish the smell in the cave. The cave was very big, and from time to time, there would be a gust of fishy wind coming from the front. Not long after Lin Xiao and the others ran, the ground in front of them suddenly broke. She immediately stopped and stood at the broken position to take a look. There was another huge chasm here. It was dark below, and she couldn't see anything. It seemed to be very deep. Another chasm. Is it a new chasm? Long Qingying stood beside Lin Xiao and looked up and down at the situation in front of them. Lin Xiao squatted at the edge and couldn't see anything. She could only look at the surrounding walls. She shook her head. This doesn't look new. The walls on both sides of the chasm have a layer of stripes. It looks like it was corroded by the wind for a long time. There should be a path down here. Because Lin Xiao could smell the smell coming from below, there was the smell of the underground creatures blowing up from below. But there might be water and water vapor down there. She stood up and looked down. There's water down there. You guys wait here for a while. She didn't know how deep it was down there, so Lin Xiao felt that she should go down first before telling them how to go down. Because there was water down there, she felt that the water down there shouldn't be simple, so it was better to be cautious. Saying that, she directly jumped down and waved her hand at the same time. At the same time, she gathered a black fog under her feet to stop her free fall. Using the black fog to support her feet, Lin Xiao then descended with peace of mind. According to her feeling, she was now more than a kilometer underground, which was more than 1,000 meters deep. This was because the temperature down there had obviously risen. Although there was wine down there, the wind here was also hot. She was most afraid of heat. On the surface, She didn't like to stand under the sun when it was 30 to 40 degrees in the middle of the day. But now, the temperature was getting higher as she went down. She didn't know how the underground creatures survived. Wasn't there a lava layer underground? Why didn't they boil in a carbon? Of course, the lava layer was very deep. More than a dozen kilometers below, which was 10,000 meters below, there was burning lava everywhere. But it made sense. These creatures were immune to all kinds of abilities, so it was no wonder that they could survive in such an environment. Also, she didn't know what happened down there to cause the apocalypse. First, it was the apocalypse 7 years ago, then the second virus outbreak in the first half of last year, and now the underground creatures. All of them had emerged from the ground. Lin Xiao hoped that she wouldn't become a roasted zombie this time. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.